Yeah. All right. I guess we should make sure that everybody can hear in the Zoom room. So somebody could just keep an eye on the chat, just to make sure that. Can everybody tell me in Zoom if you can hear well? Okay, beautiful. All right, we got 3 minutes. We're still waiting for everybody to be able to join the room. We still have 2 more people downstairs that are joining, so let's give it a minute. Need another dance session.
Ooh, that's so cool. I'm standing up and recording you. They have me standing up and recording. Is that?
Whatever works best for you. Also, we can move the camera if it's like in people's way.
I think it's.
Fine. Be a nice little big countdown clock like the Aristotle. Do the Jeopardy song. That's all right. Just want to make sure that everybody is in the room. Okay, cool. We've got Lainey. All right, we've got everybody. Okay. 1 minute till kickoff. Okay. I think that I actually have a slide bar. Yeah. Okay, it is officially 1 o'clock. It is officially the start of our 4th annual Accepted Symposium. No, sorry, 3rd annual Accepted Symposium. And this is the first time we've ever done it hybrid. So this is our first in-person event. We get to see so many beautiful faces here in the crowd who are joining us here in person in Oxford. And this is a very special event. 1, because this is, a commemoration of everything that Accepted Society stands for and why why I started the business in the first place. But it is also a day where we're going to have many announcements, and we're going to bring together people from the community in order to share all of our experiences within and beyond academia. And we'll kind of start by going back to the origin story. Polly, if you could go ahead to the next slide. So first and foremost, the reason I started why we started the Accepted Symposium, it was actually Katie's idea. So Katie was one of the first people on the Accepted Society team. She is with us on Zoom, and she'll be in some of the panels later today. But she had said that we should have an opportunity to bring people together in order to have organic conversation about our experiences within academia, a space where we can share our research in a less professional and intimidating setting. And we also wanted to create a space that was interdisciplinary. We have scholars from around the world and also from a variety of disciplines. We've got literary scholars, we've got legal scholars, we've got scientists, political scientists, we've got independent researchers, we've got people from all different levels of their education, from in community college through to PhD students. We've got professors and we've got incredible independent researchers here in this room and in the community at large. And we wanted a space to bring everyone together. And so the idea of having a symposium was really about having a conference, having a meeting place where people would have the opportunity to connect, to share, and to do it in such a way that allowed us to speak honestly about the struggles that we face, the things that we experience in academia that often are kind of swept under the rug, and wanting it to be safe for everyone of every identity, of every discipline, of every level of their education, to have a space where they feel like they have belonging, that they have connection, they have community. And that was what Accepted Society was about. And maybe move on to the next slide, please. And this kind of started based on my personal experiences trying to write my dissertation online during COVID. So it's funny being back in Oxford and having this be the meeting place where we have this symposium, because this is really where my journey with sharing my experiences online and doing so in an honest and accessible way through YouTube started, with my vlogs literally just across the street over at Somerville College. And when COVID hit, I ended up going back to California. I had to go back to work in order to support my family. I was working on my dissertation without access to archives, without access to community. And the thing that got me through it, the thing that really saved me, were co-working sessions on Zoom, or at the time it was Skype. And I would hang out with Katie, who was a new friend of mine. I would hang out with my friend Chloe, who had been a friend in college. And I just met so many wonderful people online who offered that safe space for me to work through my ideas and to talk it out loud, because I realized that working on a dissertation, working on research in general, it's so isolating. It's so lonely. And doing so without a sounding board, without your supervisor, without that support to really think your ideas out loud, you can't fully immerse yourself in the work, and you don't appreciate it in the same way. And, at the end of a project, we have acknowledgements. We write these acknowledgement pages saying all of the people that supported us, and it falls a little bit flat, in my opinion. It doesn't really fully encapsulate all that our community does to support us, our partners, our friends, our colleagues at the university, and the people that we interact with day to day, who offer that safe space for us to work through ideas and to feel insecure and to feel that we have a way to share what we're going through and the ideas that are not fully formed yet, and be able to have it become something that, whether that's a paper or that's a documentary, whatever project that might look like, none of these projects are actually done alone. And I wanted to create a community online through YouTube that would foster that sense of connection that I felt I was personally missing as a non-traditional student, and also as a student who during COVID was trying to write a dissertation without knowing what the heck I was doing. And I also wanted to, in a way, try to replicate the experience that I had at Oxford. Next slide, please. So one thing that's really unique about the Oxford system, having come from the US, is that here there's residential colleges. And so I was part of Somerville College, which was founded by women as a women's college, and was co-ed by the time I became a student there. And with the college system, you have students from all different disciplines coming into what is called either the junior common room or the middle common room. If you're a graduate student, you go into the middle common room. And that is kind of your safe space. It's it is a physical space, so it's like a lounge, but it is also a community. You have your college and you have the MCR as your people. And I had never experienced it in quite the same way at any point in my education, where we had people that were from a variety of different disciplines and, were doing PhDs or master's degrees or MBAs and could just commingle and have a place where actually the work that we were doing day to day in our department actually didn't matter. And it was more so about, meeting up, grabbing breakfast, heading to the library together and just doing it in solidarity and, like suffering through the deadlines and having those people that you could lean on at any point in time. And the people that you see on the screen here are the people that just saved me in every single way while I was at Oxford. I made so many incredible friends and I feel very emotional about it because they were so special. And we had a political scientist and we had an archaeologist and we had a computer scientist and a biologist, and we all just cared so much for one another and acted as that safe space to talk about our research, even though none of us knew what each other were doing and had no idea, what my friend Charlie was working on robots while my friend Ellie was working on representations of Blackness in ancient Rome. Entirely different fields of interest, but we held that space for one another, and we would go to the library or we would, go for these chats and be able to talk through your ideas with people that they don't see you as, an early modernist historian or a biologist or a specialist in this area. They just saw you as a person. And that connection, that community, these people were the foundation of what I wanted to replicate when I went onto YouTube and when I started Accepted. And when I was writing that dissertation locked away in my room in California, this is what I missed. And that is what I wanted to be able to create. Next slide, please. And so began my PhD. I moved all the way to New Haven, Connecticut, away from my family, away from any type of connection, any friendship. And I really leaned on my community from YouTube in order to feel that sense of connection and that reminder of what it is we were working towards. And so in that first one-bedroom apartment in New Haven where the faucet leaked and it was too loud because there was people yelling on the street and there was a neon sign outside my window that kept me up at night, I started these accountability workshops. And two of the people in this room, Lainey and Sandra, were one of the first people to participate. And I basically just put up a link on YouTube and I said, come study with me. I just needed that sense of connection and feeling like I was doing it with other people. And the times when my work felt like it mattered the most was when I was doing it with others. And so I put up a link and I started these accountability workshops, and I would just, it'd be like a Tuesday and I would just run a 2-hour workshop, and then it became 3-hour workshops, and then it became something. It became a community. It became a group of people that I did not know when I started. And they became some of the most important people in my entire life and have, made my experience traveling the world, moving to London, going through the research as a PhD student, something that felt possible. And just realizing how much that community really mattered, and realizing that the reason my research had been the best it was, and the reason I felt like the best historian I could have been at Oxford was because of that sense of connection. And so that's what I wanted to replicate. And I wanted to do it with some really special people. So along the way, there have been some incredible people that deserve everything. My first hire, my first teammate was Katie Ibsen. I met her as my first client at Accepted Consulting. She was a community college student who wanted to achieve her dream of getting accepted to the University of California at Berkeley. And we jumped on Skype while I was at Oxford, just across the street in my little room in Margaret Fry, and we formed a friendship. We worked on her applications, and she asked me one day, "Would it be okay if we became friends?" And and from that moment on, she's been one of the most important people in my life. And then along came Chanel and Maya and Alani, and then we had a team. We had a team that had this shared vision of trying to find a way to make academia, one, more accessible in terms of how it is that we get in and who gets in and who has the opportunity. But it turned into something so much more than that, to really be a mission to try to figure out how is it that we can support people through this experience. And when I say the key and the support to and through academia, it's not even about the institutions themselves. It's not even about the universities. It's about the academic experience, the desire to learn, the desire to connect through research and through shared interest. And the people that came onto this team, even those that have since gone on to their own chapters of life, the reason they had come on and the reason we have Kate and Polly and Cecilia and Kalia and Amber and Elijah is because we all share this desire to make the experience as holistic as possible and as caring as it possibly can be, because academia can just be so cold and, again, so isolating. And so having a team beside me that has made this vision a reality, where now we have hundreds of people around the world who have been members of Accepted Society and who have attended events or, watched the symposium last year or the year before, that kind of impact matters. And so just wanted to say a quick acknowledgement for the people that have made this possible. And can we go on to the next slide, please? Now, Accepted Society has gone through many chapters, or the Accepted brand, rather, has gone through many chapters involving a variety of people and a variety of projects. If anybody remembers the Scholarpreneur podcast, which is unfortunately no more, but that was part of a desire to find creative ways to have more of an impact and to reach more people. And it began with an admissions consulting business called Accepted Consulting. And that business then grew out into having two businesses, Accepted Society and Accepted Consulting. And throughout the time, the underlying mission has been to try to create services and to try to create systems of support to help people to and through academia. And like I said, this kind of loose definition of academia as the experience of lifelong learning, not the institutions themselves. And we made it through COVID, and we made it through a variety of different types of events. We've done meetups in DC and in Boston and in New York. And we've just gotten to meet and connect with so many incredible people, both in person and online. And throughout all of these various iterations and changes in like doing weekly reflections and then doing just monthly reflections and doing book club and sip and shares and happy hours and all these different types of iterations of services has always been at its core about creating the space, creating the opportunity for everyone to feel like they have a place as a researcher and that their research and their ideas do matter, and that sharing them is something that is important. And having people to share that with it's the foundation, it's the core. And that's what we should be striving for. It's not just for the sake of, publications and awards and academic accolades. It's, at the end of the day, it's about that acknowledgement section. It's about the people that made that experience what it was and hopefully having that experience be a positive one. Next slide, please. Now, while Accepted has changed a lot, I have also changed a lot. I started my experience on YouTube and in graduate school, just wanting to create content that I wanted to see online. I just wanted to put out there what I would have wanted 2-3 years prior. And what I wanted when I began my journey with YouTube and with Accepted Society was to put out content that would have helped put me at ease when I was first thinking about going to graduate school, and for people to know that if you were a bad student in high school, or if you didn't get it quite right the first time around, or even the second or the third time around, that there's always another chance, and that you can pivot and you can redirect and you can find new passions and you can invest in those things and you can change your mind. And along that route, I have built these businesses and, created content about my experiences in academia. And Accepted Society has been this thing that's grown with me and the community. And I can't tell you how many of those conversations that we've had in writing group or, just in the community forums about struggles that I'm having, or, like the day-to-day concern over my writing, the people that have been there to support and to provide that sense of assurance has been so much more. I can't even tell you how much more supportive than anything I've ever received at an institution, and more than I've ever received in an academic department. And that, with that in mind, that's what we're trying to foster as we head into the next chapter. Next slide, please. Accepted Society isn't just about co-working. It's not just trying to find a way to replicate the library experience and the body doubling.
Recording in progress. Sorry.
Accepted Society is about, it's in the name, it's acceptance, it's inclusion. It's knowing that regardless of your experience, regardless of your challenges, that you have a space and you have people that you can lean on, and that you don't have to pretend, or you don't have to posture yourself in a particular way in order to find that connection. And that was one thing that I personally found very challenging in academia, is the feeling that it has to be performed in a particular way, that you have to go to your advisor and you have to be able to say that you made all this incredible progress, or that you have this, bright, brilliant idea, and instead having a space where you can go to a writing group and say, I made no progress this week, and I like my writing count isn't going, but you know what? I found this one article and this is the one, and I think it's really gonna help. And then you sit down for an hour and a half with everyone and you work through it. And then there are people cheering you on the other side of it. The other thing that I want to think about with Accepted Society and with the symposium and the intent that Kate and I have for the future of Accepted is also trying to give you the structure and the tools to achieve your goals. Whether that is in academia as a tenure track professor, whether that is trying to figure out how to publish your first article, or whether that is leaving academia and trying to find what your path is going to look like beyond that, because you still love your research, but it's just not quite right for you in the gated ivory tower. We want to provide that structure, the skills and the support to make that possible. And I kind of went through this one. Can you go to the next one? So the mission, we say, is to support to and through academia. But I also think that Accepted Society is about friendship. And so when whether you're an Accepted Society member or if you're not, this is a bit of a call to action. I just want you to go to somebody, send somebody a message, whether that's a DM or, you know, going to somebody in the forum, or if you're here in person, I expect for you guys to connect and to, you know, to chat about your work, but also chat about your life. Again, you are so much more than your research. And would love to just see you all find those lifelong friendships along the way through this community, because I have. Not gonna cry. This community has meant a lot to me, and I just see so much opportunity for us to really rethink about how community can be formed through the interest of academic research, and creating new ways and working together to find opportunity for more accessible education, more accessible tools, thinking about how it is that we use the digital world in order to bring the academia to the public and to bring our work to a broader audience. And might be naive of me to think, but I think that Accepted Society is the way that we can do that. And Accepted Society and the symposium today is about having those conversations about how we make that possible. And so without further ado, we're gonna have a 5-minute break to shift things around, and we're gonna go ahead and kick it off with our first panel.
Recognize.
This is so funny.
I know,
I just think so. Now you know I'm following everyone.
I just wanna make sure that everybody.
Here.
So we don't need to spotlight.
Yeah.
For me now, I don't care about the obligations. It's far away. Is that from Wolverhampton on the train?
Yeah.
That's all you know. Like Manchester.
If Lenita and Danielle could just make sure that you are on camera, then you should show up for the multi-speaker view.
No, I did.
Slowly enough.
Sure.
Maybe it's going to go ahead. Arrange it all. But
Yeah.
everything's a bit of a rush.
I was
Going
going
to-
to the system is going back to my
I thought,
uni.
why am
So
I
I'm
going
interested
to- I
in
had to go to uni. I had to go to my office and then back.
My mom did
Train station, just
doesn't
sitting.
exist anymore.
So arrive on campus.
So it's like, you know, it's not a country that's recognized by everyone. It's like, the thing is, you're coming to stay. No,
You're one of the guys from the
So,
department.
yeah,
Like,
so like,
Anyway.
I'm like, yes, it's working out so much that he said, like, people feel. It's like. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the train. Like, you can hide, like, looking at.
Yeah.
me, like,
You don't unmute.
I changed plans. So like I walked up. Like, I'm getting on a plane, I'm going in.
Just like the 5 minutes.
And then.
You know, it's,
No.
Yeah. But.
She was so interested.
My supervisor appeared.
Get us.
One time where you were like, I never. Even though like. I have always such a thing, like, getting my reader. The other day, so many different things going to my office. Like, you don't, like, right? Like. Getting a little distracted, but like also, I get how she's just like, you know, that little thing. Yeah, the psychology, but I mean, we're the ones. I mean, if you can't talk dedicated.
Yeah.
I can still.
So it was Monday to have oil money that's better to write up. The city is helping. The university is wonderful.
Very recently.
I was like,
I love.
How do you find balance?
And then suddenly. Yeah, to actually be a being like.
Much like.
Yeah.
More.
You know?
I don't normally cry very much.
Let's even better.
It's just a little bit.
I'll make fun of
What's happening?
They will write, and I'm like, yeah, I can't give it. I actually, no, core market is a thing. Actually got no idea because everything's moving.
Yeah. It's really
I think we're gonna go ahead and get started with our first panel.
I think I had posted that.
All right, we've got Dalton and Lenita with us. And this first panel is titled Beyond Academia. This is a panel that I personally requested that we have. And the reason for that was that, like I said, we're so much more than our research. And I find that oftentimes in these conversations, the first thing that we start with when we meet somebody is, what's your research about? And so instead, I'm going to ask Dalton and Lenita as our first panelists. Tell us a little bit about what your life is beyond academia. What is something like, what are your passions? What are your hobbies? What does your day-to-day life look like beyond your research? Dalton, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you first.
Okay. I think most people know what I do for work as well, and I think that kind of leads from a passion. I'm an airline pilot as my day-to-day job. So my quote unquote 9 to 5 is not a 9 to 5. It's every hour of the day, and I always have some sort of book on me from everything. I just finished a book on Christianity, homosexuality, and tolerance, and like crazy stuff like that. I'm like, wow, this is so much fun to learn. And just traveling, getting around and being able to see different cultures and learn about different people and where like what basically motivates them to live life. And so that's where my passion is connecting with people and connecting people throughout that. And I have fun doing that. I do fundraising for different nonprofits. I just joined the Pan Am Museum, which is an old airline in the US, so I'll be in New York a lot. And basically keeping history alive in that aspect and keeping up with aviation history a lot. That's kind of like a passion of mine because I think it's important to see where our culture connects with others and how we connect with others.
Beautifully put. Thank you very much. Lenita.
What a start, Dalton. Amazing. I don't know how I can measure up that. It's a wonderful question, Kaelyn. It made me think a lot because my life at the moment is quite both the job I have outside of academia and me trying to get back into academia. So it feels like my life is all about research. But when you think about it, it is about for me, I think bridge building is one thing that I am very passionate about. And then in the social sense, bridge building, how to connect people, very much into what Dalton just said about learning about different things. My research is quite a lot into how you can build bridges. But I think also in my case, trying to figure out what I am finding a kind of narrative structure or trying to make sense of the choices I've made and the kind of relationships I have made during the past years of my life, which have been very interesting. But I also think, I mean, I am apart from writing research, I'm also a novelist, writing stories, creative stories. I haven't published anything, but I think just allow yourselves to be a bit more than what you do in your day job. That has been a challenge for me all my life, because my life has always been about achievements, about what I should do next and how I can make my story make sense to other people. But I think something I have been doing quite a lot recently is how I can make sense to myself and how I can incorporate things that I love, both the relationships I have, but also the things I do alongside, such as writing stories, fiction stories for fun, or exploring things and traveling, and just allow myself to be a big complex mess sometimes. I suppose that is my, I wouldn't say it's my passion to be a creative mess, but I think that is what we often find ourselves in one shape or form. So yeah, that is a bit of what makes me tick, I suppose.
That's brilliant. And the next question that I have for both of you is, oftentimes we talk about how it is that you came to your research. And I do think that does greatly connect, especially for both of you, with the experiences that you have outside of academia. And so I just want to talk a little bit now about the experiences that kind of led you to the research that you're doing now, or the research that you've done. And yeah, just talk a little bit about how we got there and the bit of the personal story to it. Dalton, I'll hand it back to you.
Gosh, my research, I kind of accidentally fell into it. Um, I Most people who are from the States might remember a few years ago, Texas had a deep freeze. Um, and I had a research paper due for a class, and I had no power, so I was running off of generator power, and I had my hotspot on my phone, and I just was like, well, I have nothing better to do, so I'm really going to go all in on this research paper. And I wrote a very long research paper, and my professor saw it and was like, and he happened to be the department chair, and he's like, you should look more into research because this is really good. And I was like, thanks. I had no power and I was freezing to death, so I didn't have anything else to do. And so then we started talking about it, and I'm finishing my bachelor's. I just finished the semester yesterday, and I graduate in December. And he's like, well, you can replace your capstone course with undergraduate research and write a bachelor's thesis if you want to. And I was like, perfect. That sounds fun. And I was flying for a very small company, 8-seater planes that fly to middle of nowhere in the US. And so my research focused on rural air mobility and connecting people in the small towns to big cities. And I was flying these flights. I was going into these cities and I knew what was the experience was. So I was able to connect, and this is something that I feel really privileged to be able to kind of see both sides, because as I was doing my research, I had the real life of what was happening and how it was operating versus just the theory and the in the research side of things. So I was able to apply both to my research, and actually my supervisors relied on me for a lot of real life experiences because they knew the theoretical and they knew the legal side of things, but they didn't know the practical side of things.
Yeah.
So I saw that even when I just presented at early July, I was in Lisbon presenting at a conference. And a lot of the questions I got was, well, how is this possible? Or how could you do that? And I was like, well, actually, this is exactly how you do it. And they were surprised because most of them had never, like a lot of the researchers had never been in the practical experience, which helped tremendously in that research process, in being able to say, this is exactly A, B, C, D, what's going to happen, and being able to apply that further. So I think sort of falling into the research and being and having that passion and just being able to live my lived experiences and apply that to my research has helped me understand it a lot better as well.
I believe we also have Danielle that has hopefully made it online. She was on the wrong link, so I'm just going to go ahead and just add her really quick while Lenita, if you wouldn't mind going ahead with your response.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a wonderful story, Dalton, and it's something that is quite, it's something that happened to me as well. The kind of connection between what you see in the real world and what you decide to research. I mean, I began my research. I actually found the topic on September 11, 2001. So with the 9/11 attacks, I became absolutely obsessed with 9/11 attacks. And I mean, I grew up in the second largest city in Sweden, quite, in a very safe, very sheltered form of environment. And I was 14 at the time, and I was just obsessed with how could this happen? How can we understand it? How can we prevent it? And that attack really shaped the decisions I made from the age of 14, and I'm now 37. So I started going into terrorist studies and wanted to understand that part, and especially religiously inspired violence. But the more I read and the more I researched, the more interested I became in, how, okay, we have these challenges, what kind of forces are possible for us to use, and what kind of actors are possible for us to use to build more cohesive societies, to prevent radicalization, to prevent terrorism from happening. So I went from a BA in international relations to an MA in religious studies, which is a completely different discipline, and with different theoretical frameworks and very kind of different mindsets. And then I fell in love in the kind of opposite form of religious movements, or peace movements and interfaith movement. And then I became interested in, okay, but what is it about individuals and the social? How can we understand that kind of interaction? So I went on to do a PhD in psychosocial studies, which is also a different discipline with a different some theoretical framework to study interfaith work and to study bridge building, and especially why young people are interested in interfaith work, how we can build good relationships across different frameworks, different ideologies. How can we build more cohesive societies? And then there is a lot of reasons why I partly left academia to go into policy research. I'm a senior researcher in the Swedish Center for Preventing Violent Extremism, but I was able to really get that kind of research into the hands of practitioners. So I'm doing a lot more than just interfaith research, but it's really shaped, okay, how can we study this? How can we understand it? And later on, okay, how can we actually do it in practice? And that is really shaping me at the moment, and had also made me a better researcher to be outside of academia for a while, although I do have a foot in academia as well, trying to balancing that out. How can we research and how can we do it in practice, and how can we unite this kind of work? So it started with a passion project and obsession when I was 14, and it's today my full-time job.
Brilliant. Thank you. Well, we have Danielle, who is now online with us. We had a little bit of a technical issue with the Zoom link earlier. So if any of you have also had issues with the Zoom link, please make sure to check out the Accepted Society Instagram because the link on there is correct, or go onto the Circle platform. But regardless, the question that I'm going to ask you, Danielle, to get us started is that I posed to Dalton and to Lanita is tell us a little bit about your life beyond your academic research. So what are your passions? What are the things that you have invested your time and your kind of soul into, and also how that potentially has impacted the type of research that you've wanted to produce? Oh, I think you have to ask to unmute.
Got it. Sorry.
Okay, can everyone hear me now?
Yes, now we can
I
hear you.
apologize. I was like, wait a second. Why would it unmute? No, good morning, everyone. I apologize for the delay in me getting logged on. So I'm super excited to be here. And you know, that is such an interesting question that you posed, Kaelyn, about my passions outside of who I am as an academic researcher. I think to really answer that, I have to first give everyone kind of like the context of who I am as a person. So because it impacts kind of everything that I do. And so much of my research has been informed by my passions. So it's almost impossible for me to separate the two in some ways. But just so everyone knows, I am American born and raised, but I am a very white presenting Costa Rican woman. But like I said, I was born in the US. And so I've always grown up with kind of with two different feet in two different doors and two different worlds, to say the least, of the Latin world and then culture and American-based world and culture. I am also a very proud queer woman, so that impacts kind of like how I approach things and how I approach the world. I am someone who the outdoors has always been a very restorative place for me. I have always grown up playing outside. I was that child that, you know, was just constantly in the outdoors, could never, you know, be kept inside. If there's anyone on, I'm sure there are, that are from the United States, you could probably relate to when we were kids and it was like, you need to come inside when you see the street lights come on, that sort of thing. That was my childhood. And I'm very privileged to say that that was my childhood, because as I grew up, I realized that that is not a shared experience across the US context, at least. And it's also important to know that I was raised in the South, so North Carolina, because all of that just kind of influences the ways I have been socialized and I've gone to then interact with the world. And I mentioned loving the outdoors and being just an outdoorsy person because when I made that realization, when I started going to school as a young woman in the US and then through, you know, up until secondary school and finishing up that time in my life before I went to university, I just became shocked by realizing just how different my experience was to other people. That folks either didn't feel safe being on the outdoors or they had never been introduced into the outdoors. Whereas when I grew up in my family, it was just a part of who we were. We were never seen, like we never saw the outdoor environment as separate. And I bring that up because that passion and that realization is what fueled the rest of my research and approach as a researcher, which then led me to academia, of course. The research I do, broadly speaking, is looking at how both teaching and learning in outdoor environments can be used for social justice across many different contexts. Anything from climate change education, which is typically what most people know me for, to most recently looking at how taking fly fishing in college can be used as a form of mental health support for young undergraduates in traditional university institutions like the one that I have been working with previously. So like I said, I think it's just important to know all of that about me because it has informed everything that I do and the choices that I make. And Kaelyn, like you said, you know, what are the other things that I'm passionate about? They all and this honestly can be related back to kind of why I've done the work that I do and why I continue to do the work that I do, even if it's not going to be in the traditional academic setting. And I just work with people who are in that traditional setting. I am someone I can be found if I'm not outdoors, I can be found reading a book constantly. Anyone who knows me knows my nose is always in a book, whether that's for just to educate myself more about something or to escape for a little bit. I love arts and the music, and I honestly just love the cultures that I've been raised in. But like I said, if it wasn't for those things, I wouldn't be the person that I am today doing the research that I have done, because it is so inherently tied to who I am at my core. I could keep going, of course, because we could all talk forever and ever. You like ask an academic to talk about themselves, and they're like, okay, I can do that. But I will kind of leave it there. That way, if anyone has any questions, they can kind of ask a little bit more.
It's interesting that you say that, because as we've kind of gone through all of your responses, it shows just how integral our research is in connection to the things that we find intriguing, the things that we're passionate about, and the things that we want to see change in the world. I remember a professor had said to me once that all dissertations are personal. And I remembered at the time thinking, is it? Because my research, it didn't feel necessarily personal, but actually I said this to someone a couple weeks ago, that all my research comes down to motherhood and to the connection to children, and that connection in my family has been kind of taken. My some context is my great grandmother had been adopted, had been given away as a young Chinese girl. And yeah, it's just find it interesting that our research like kind of connects in some way to the things that we experience, even if it's not necessarily something that's entirely obvious. But I want to change the direction of the conversation now, and think a little bit about what our lives look like professionally, whether that's, so I know for many of you, you have a profession that is either that is outside of academia, and I'm curious what the future of your career looks like and how it is that you are applying the skills that you've learned as a researcher in your profession beyond academia. And so Dalton, I'll start with you. I know that you started kind of with the career and you're going into the research. I'm very curious what you think in terms of your future trajectory and how it is that these things tie together.
Right. Well, Danielle, like you, I'm a very proud queer man. So for me, I show up to work every day, and like I try to be as visible and as open to everybody as possible, and sharing the passion that I find that aviation is. There's a place in aviation for everybody, and I think people don't realize it as much until I start explaining. My company, I work for an affiliate of United Airlines, and United has nurses and doctors on staff. Like, people who are like, oh, medical field in an airline, how would those intersect? Different things like that, where sharing the passion of like, you can be in aviation too. And no matter what your background is, there's something for you. And for me, I saw a lot of different colleagues of mine who teach as either adjunct professors or as associate professors at different universities, and continue with research and studying, and they get brought on as safety consultants or some sort of other outside entity that helps especially government bodies understand different things in aviation. So for me, I'm passionate about keeping history alive and ensuring that comes into play, and also keeping economic research alive, because so many times, and this is something that I realized especially recently, there's a lot of wonderful researchers out there that want to do a lot of good. However, they don't take into account how it affects the business. They look at it from a government perspective only. And simple example, Amsterdam Airport wants to put a $50 per person carbon tax. And I'm like, that sounds wonderful to save the environment until you lose your major airline because they can't afford it. How do we balance that? And so being able to say, I understand that you want to save the environment and you want to lower carbon emissions. For me, being able to be in that space, not only just as myself, and help other gay individuals get into aviation and understand that, yes, while historically it's a very conservative industry, it's not that way anymore. And there's a place for you here. And I will preach and preach, and people will say, oh, well, don't you have to hide yourself at work? No, I'm not going to hide myself. There's different people that they can go to if they have a problem, and that sounds like a personal issue with them. For me, I'm going to sit there, and my job is to fly an airplane and transport people from point A to point B and do it in a very objective and safe way. In a research perspective, I want to be able to be that professor where the person comes into, maybe I'm teaching an aviation course, and they say, I don't really know if there's a place for me. There is. There's a place for you. You belong in aviation in some aspect, and I want to be your safe space and your person to come to when you feel uncomfortable. And that's where I took a look at it, and I can continue having my passion and conducting my research and being a mentor to those who come after me.
Incredible. What a beautiful answer. Thank you.
Whoa. Well, Dalton, being after you is the worst thing ever. That is that is such a wonderful story, and it made me think I have actually a person, because I am working as a senior government researcher in a government body which is not academic. I am doing connections with academia, and I am doing things that are actually shaping and putting research into the hands of practitioners. But I am also trying to balance in the fact that my heart is in academia, and that has been really a struggle for me. But I actually found a person who had that kind of mentality in academia, who sees the good thing of having some years outside of academia and coming back into academia, and are really welcoming and saying that your kind of experience is needed. Of course, you left academia for a few years, and that is a death sentence for some academics. They think that if you leave academia, you are a failed academic, and you don't belong here anymore. Thankfully, that is a small minority, but that is the fear many of us who leave academia have, is that some people will look down on you and see you as a failed academic, and you have to struggle with finding kind of a narrative of balancing your entire experience, both within academia before you left, and then the time you worked outside of academia. And that professor, she said, well, let me bring you in together with other people with similar kind of experience and show that is the future of academia, because we need to balancing, because there is a shortage of jobs and so on. So I have that kind of person, and I can say from my own experience, I'm not a gay person, I'm a straight person, but it's the same kind of inclusivity, bringing people in, which is wonderful. So go you, keep up the good work. In my own experience, my research has always been in the balance between the research, the academic pursuit of knowledge, and also the understanding that something needs to be done on the ground. I think the wonderful thing of the job I'm doing now is that I can actually put research into the hands of policymakers. I can shape the discourse, and I can, because I have a transdisciplinary background, actually be making some real change on the ground. And I think the experiences I have from academia has been wonderful, but also the experience I have working outside of academia has made me into a better researcher. Both the fact that I have learned more about who I am, my own kind of passion projects, kind of balancing not being an ivory tower scholar, actually do real change work, but also how can I find balance between that kind of practical oriented work and research and more academic theoretical kind of research. And I'm affiliated researcher at Uppsala University, so I have that space to find my footing. But it's a kind of experience that has shaped me into I don't know where I will go, if I will go I will go back to academia eventually. I know that, bringing that kind of experience with me, supporting PhD students and postdocs who know that they might have to leave academia one day, being that kind of mentor that you all, Dalton, to your peers, but also trying to make sense of that kind of broad narrative research story that I don't really understand yet. So it is a little bit all over the place at the moment, but I try to make sense of it as best as I can.
That sound all over the place at all. That was beautiful. Thank you. Danielle.
First, I know, again, Dalton, your story is beautiful, but Lanita, yours as well. I just wanted to recognize that too, for sure. So I'm trying to think, like, honestly, like gathering my thoughts because I find myself in this moment just so inspired listening to the two of you speak. So to kind of give just a very quick, truly timeline, not an academic version of brief, which is never brief, of who I am. And just like when it comes to my career, I think this is very important because I'm laughing to myself because I know there are definitely accepted society members who like have been here since day one, and they're gonna be like, really? That's a big change. So I am a recently retired academic. That's what we will say. I literally, my last day of being a tenure track assistant professor was June 30th of this year. So let's just kind of talk about like how I ended up there and why, and kind of how those skills, getting at your question, Kaelyn, are then transferred to beyond academic circles as somebody who is on the job market and that sort of thing. So I am not someone who had the experience of going straight through. And by saying that, I mean, I didn't go in the US context from just a bachelor's degree, then straight to a master's degree, then straight to a PhD. And I had the opportunity to work between my degrees. Sometimes the jobs were just what I needed to get some good transferable skills and to pay my bills. But then sometimes those jobs were directly related to who I am as a person, what I'm passionate about. And so what I mentioned, I was talking about the outdoors so much, but really my love of the outdoors is rooted in this idea of education and thinking of education as going beyond the four walls of a K through 12 classroom, particularly in the United States. And so before I went and I got my doctorate, I had a master's degree at the time. I worked as something called an AmeriCorps member. For those of you who may not be familiar, if you've heard of something like the Peace Corps, which is an international organization where you have folks who are volunteering their time, that's typically how they want you to speak of it, and getting a very small living stipend to go help and do work in some country, in some place, and you have this mission for your time. AmeriCorps is very similar, just on American soil, essentially. So you can think of it that way if that helps anchor folks. And so I served as an AmeriCorps member, where my mission that I was given was to increase ocean literacy across the 20 coastal counties of North Carolina, where I was living at the time. So that meant for me to do that. And when I say, ocean-based literacy, what I mean is like thinking about the term literacy. We probably have all heard it in some context. Broadly, either you're talking about knowledge, attitude, affect, skills, behaviors, you're talking about all of it and not just someone's knowledge about something. But in this case, it was about the ocean and the environment there in that coastal area. After I did some time working and getting to work with children in classrooms and teachers that I'm so honored that I honestly still get to work with every single day, I had the opportunity, because of a situation that had occurred, to work with one of those classrooms. It was a 6th grade science classroom, and I became their teacher. So I essentially went from being an AmeriCorps member into what they call a lateral entry into formal K through 12 education in the United States, but it was 6th grade science, so secondary school. Very beginning of it. And that teaching experience taught me so much about who I am as a person, what I want to do, and it informed the way that I do the research, why I do the research that I do, and how I interact with it. I ended up leaving because of some funding issues. North Carolina, unfortunately, is not always the best in terms of prioritizing education from a administrative or governmental perspective in the state. And I had the opportunity to go get my PhD. And I really wanted to. I was so excited about that. I love learning. I tell people every day, and this is the science educator in me, that I do science and research every single day. We all do. When we wake up, we observe what's going on outside. We think about what we want to wear, and we're making decisions. Sometimes you walk out and you're like, oh, dang, it is way too cold out here. And you got this new information and you come back and you put on a jacket or something like that. So I say that we are, like I said, scientists, and we're making these decisions every single day, every single one of us in here. And I went and I wanted to do the PhD because I saw how things weren't working well in the education system. And I wanted to kind of be a little bit of a disruptor and think about, like, how can we challenge these systems that are in place that are so patriarchal and so colonialist in their foundations? And how can we think about it differently and try to challenge it? So that's why I decided to do the PhD. Important thing to know that this also happened. I finished my PhD in 2019, started my postdoc in 2020. So we all know where that is going, unfortunately. And my research had to come to a complete stop in 2020 because of COVID. But I was lucky. I was on the job market and I got offered a position at Penn State University, which is where I've been as a tenure track assistant professor. And so, like I said, I am recently retired. And if you ask me why, it's honestly because I want to get back to the heart of the work that I'm doing. I think academic research is wonderful. I love it. Anyone who talks to me about my research, I will talk to you ad nauseum about it because I get so passionate about it. And I think it's so exciting and hopeful because kids are going to save our world one day. But I realized that within the academic setting, unfortunately, and probably no surprise to most of you here, and unfortunately, some of you probably have experienced something similarly to what I'm about to describe. The structure of academia, particularly in the United States, since that's my experience, was constructed with privileged white men at the forefront of it. And anyone who, and let me say not just privileged white men, but heteronormative, cisgendered white men as well. And so anyone who doesn't really fit into that narrative can sometimes feel like they're missing their place. And that's what I felt. And I realized more and more that I was getting further and further away from the work that I loved doing. I loved being someone with their boots on the ground. I approach my research because of my experiences in a classroom, because of working with, having the honor to work with teachers doing the hard work on the ground with their students. And I realized I was getting further and further away from that. And, the university wanted me to focus on things like grant writing and publications. And while I think those are so important because we have to be able to communicate across academic communities about what is going on in terms of scientific innovation, sometimes the cart gets put before the horse, and those journal articles that you worked so hard on end up on a shelf gathering dust. And if someone wants to read it, they can't because they can't get behind the paywall, for example. And so that's why I've made the choice to leave. By all intents and purposes, a lot of people were shocked. I was on track tenure-wise and everything like that, but I realized I wasn't getting to do, the love of what I do is being taken out of it because I didn't get to work and meaningfully work on the things that brought me joy and made me feel like I am, quote unquote, as cheesy as it sounds, bettering the world with my skills. So like I said, I made the choice to leave. I am in the process of interviewing for a bunch of different positions, all of them very practitioner focused. And here's the thing. Even though I don't have that title that I am a professor anymore, it will never change that I am an academic at heart. That will always be who I am at my core. I don't know if I will ever return to academia. There's a lot that I miss about it. The opportunity to mentor students and grad students brings me so much joy and fills me up so much. And I love getting to cheer them on and get to see what they're doing next. But I think, I want to get back to working with folks on the ground and spending more of my focus on that instead of focusing on what the institution needs me to do from a business perspective. And Lenny, I really like how you pose, and it makes you a better researcher. And it's true. With my experiences with practitioners, everything that I have done research-wise, all the accolades that I have gotten from it, none of that would exist without these practitioners on the ground. And sometimes they get forgotten. So I want to make sure to just say that. And so what I say is like, yes, we might use different terms in academia for certain skills and things like that. But really, if you can find a way to ground it into more practitioner-focused lens, depending on your field, those skills, a PhD and those skills working in academia, it doesn't just open one door. And sometimes I think that's the message that gets put out there because of the fact that you are being mentored by people that's the path they followed. But a PhD really opens thousands of doors. It teaches you how to think, how to critically analyze things. I remember someone telling me your dissertation's your worst piece of work and being a little offended at first because of like what Kaelyn was saying. It's like, it's personal, but it's true. It's teaching you how to do things. It's learning the process of science and applying it to everyday society. And so I think that would be my, unfortunately, and I apologize, long-winded answer to that question.
That was lovely. So now I'm sure that there's somebody sitting in this room or on the live stream or in this Zoom room who is in academia, is a graduate student, is a professor, and is looking at their opportunities beyond. And the message that they have received from their advisors and from the people around them is that leaving, as you said, is kind of the death sentence for your career. And for somebody that's still very passionate about their work, but they want to know what opportunities are out there. I just want like a 2-sentence little pep talk, just a quick piece of advice. What would you say to them? And Dalton, I'll hand it back to you.
Oh gosh. 2 sentence? We're
But
academics.
it doesn't have to be exactly 2 sentences. Like just a quick little blurb of advice.
My advice is to do your own research. Get out and look up what drives your passion and do it. Get your feet wet and don't be afraid to ask questions. You have thousands of people available if you just are willing to break out of your shell.
Love that. Thank you. Lenita?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's not a binary choice. It's not a death sentence if you leave academia. It's as Danielle said, it's a kind of formation process as well. So just have the courage to do it. And if your passion, just as Dalton said, if your passion is lying and you want to explore the world outside of academia, do it. No one will judge you for it. It's a courage. You need to have some courage, but just do it. It's worth it.
Brilliant. And Danielle?
I would say first and foremost is trust yourself. There's so much in our society that tells us that if you don't fall within some predetermined path that has been decided for us, that automatically others you and makes you incorrect. But in fact, a lot of times we need those people that are quote unquote othered that can think differently and challenge how we approach things. So what I would say is that if there is a part of you that is feeling that, one, explore that. Trust yourself, talk to people. Like Dalton was saying, there's so many people out there that you can talk to. Most folks are totally willing to tell you about their experiences. Everyone loves to talk about themselves at the end of the day. And so just trust yourself and remember that you know yourself best, and what you're passionate about should come first. And that doesn't have to come at the expense of your health and well-being.
Excellent. Well, I think that is a beautiful place to end off our panel. Thank you so much to our panelists, Dalton, Lenita, and Danielle. We're going to take about a 15-minute break to have some tea and coffee for those of us that are here in person, and we'll be back at 2:30 BST for those of you that are online. And we will be having our next panel, which is Academia in the Digital Age. Thank you, everyone.
rooms in the common room. So if you go out into the courtyard, go down the stairs to the bottom floor, and the common room is there on your left.
She's online, but. Cecilia, I'm gonna ask you to unmute as well, just that way.
Here we are.
Hello.
Hi, Cecilia.
All right,
First
we
time
will
gonna
get started
get me.
in like 2 minutes. Howdy, partner. Should we let people know in the, do you mind just letting everyone know that we're starting in about a minute? Thank you, Polly.
You're not using that fan, are you? I might just move that.
Yeah. It's quite ugly.
Yeah. Let's think about these little things. These rooms and something. We could do this.
I hope you're well. I hope you're well. I hope this email finds you well. This email did not find me
This
well.
email did not find me well.
People must be enjoying their tea and coffee if.
I know. Thrilled about that.
I'm excited. Because. Oh, well.
It'll be fun. Manage. Hi to everyone on the Zoom. I haven't said hi yet. Lovely to see you all. Just, or is it all right if I go back a little bit short, just so I can see the screen? Yeah. Maddie's here. Maddie's here.
Jacqueline.
Where's everyone signing in from? I like that. Let's see what our representation is looking like. Our global impact. USA.
Illinois.
Yeah.
Boston.
Wow.
Ithaca.
Virginia.
Virginia Beach.
Virginia.
Richmond.
Love it.
And a lot of Virginians in here.
Canada. Yes. Chicago. Sweden. Oh my gosh, South African representation. I love it. Johannesburg all the way. America, Arkansas.
Welcome back, everybody.
Greater Amsterdam. Love it. Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. You guys know where to organize the meetups now? Circle. Philippines, that's amazing.
Okay.
Lindsay, awesome.
Now
All
we
right,
just
oh, we just
need
need Dara.
Daria. All right, girl. Let's go.
You need all the redheads
Let's
up
go.
front. All right, everyone. Well,
Certainly the look at the screen.
hi, everyone. Welcome to the redhead panel and Cecilia.
We've got the pink representation. So
Yes,
we've got some hot
exactly.
colors up in here.
Exactly. I just love this. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to everyone on Zoom and across the world and the YouTube Live. It's lovely to be here and to be talking to you all. For those that don't know me, I'm Kate and I work as a part of Accepted Society. And this panel is, oh, sweetie. This panel is academia in the digital age. And like Kaelyn, this is one of the panels that I requested we talk about, partially because as a part of my day job, I work in digital content and AI content, and something like this, while it is not my research interest or research area, is something that is of significant interest to me. So I think we can start with a few minor introductions. What I would like to just ask our wonderful panelists here today is if they would talk about how, when they introduce themselves and they introduce what, how digital age or digital research form a part of them and their ideas and why, essentially why you're a part of this panel. I'll start with Daria, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Daria. I'm a third year PhD student at the University of Bath, and I research radicalization in conspiracy communities. The reason I'm here on this panel is I exclusively work with digital data. So all of my data sources come from social media. I look at Reddit, I look at Parler, which is like an alt Twitter platform. I look at Telegram, I look at anything that is online. And so digital data, I think, is absolutely crucial for my research. It opens doors that have never been opened before. It allows us to see how people communicate online within themselves in communities that were previously closed to us as researchers. And yeah, I love digital data. I use it every day. And yeah. Fantastic.
We hand it to Cecilia next.
Do you want to do Cecilia next? Cecilia?
Sure. So I basically grew up with a keyboard in hand. Both of my parents and my siblings too work in tech. So my father is a now a retired computer scientist. My mother was a SharePoint administrator. My brother's a programmer. My sister works in medical tech, but it's close enough now. So my bachelor's was history, but when I decided I wanted to get my master's degree, I wanted to shoot for the moon, and I applied and got into one of the most prestigious digital humanities programs, at least on the East Coast, at the Roy Rosenzweig Center at George Mason. Ended up getting a certificate in digital public humanities, which, to make things brief, means that I teach about history and other topics through digital mediums.
Amazing. And Kaelyn, our resident YouTuber.
So I'll just give a kind of brief background. And so most people know me and my experience with digital media through YouTube and through creating digital content about my life in academia and about my research. But actually, the thing that really got me into it was documentary and thinking about how history is presented in visual mediums. So whether that's through art and different types of collections, whether that's, games or that's a documentary, having a digital application and a visual application for our research is something that I find I'm just very deeply passionate about. And I don't have a direct tie in terms of my actual research, but with the time that I've been on YouTube, I genuinely don't think that my research would have evolved in the ways that it has had it not been for digital communities like on YouTube or like Accepted Society. Because as we were talking about at dinner last night, for example, as I'm exploring different facets of my research, I'll have these questions about, well, what if there's like a parallel experience in, colonization efforts in Ireland versus like I primarily focus on North America. And because of these digital communities, I can present that question. And then I have connections with people that, study Irish colonization in the early modern period. And so while my research isn't directly tied to a digital methodology, I would actually say that it's been greatly, I guess, expanded because of it. So a
Fantastic.
couple different applications.
Fantastic. I mean, as you can see, you all have very, very different applications when it does come to digital research or digital sources, but it all sort of stems from, the greater internet, the greater exposure to having these resources, these applications, the importance of digital humanities online. And I'm going to ask Daria first, what do you consider out of those the most important factor when it comes to education and research in the digital age?
Or I think the digital age is kind of this like big democratizer. I no longer need to be in the country that I study, right? I think this breaks down huge barriers to researching populations that have previously not been researched, right? We now truly do not have an excuse to not research the global south, right? Even if we're doing it from our universities as white Europeans and white Americans, right? Even if we take all of the privilege we have, we no longer need to go there. We can have access to participants via Zoom. We can have access to people's online data. There is no reason why we should exclusively focus on Europe and the US in the way that we have, right? I think when you look at it from a student perspective, it is also a great equalizer, right? Because it gives you access to universities, it gives you access to resources that you previously didn't have. You can now, my great example is my mother grew up in the middle of nowhere in Kazakhstan, and she did a long distance learning degree in 1989 and subsequently ruined her eyesight because she was hunched over a projector all of the time, because the only way she could get books was on these like little films, and it took her about 4 weeks to get access to one book, right? And she basically nearly went blind because of it. We can now do this from the comforts of our home, no matter where we are, right? Whether that is within a university or independently, because we have so many wonderful free resources, right? And paid for resources that don't require you to be in full-time education, that it just opens so many opportunities for us without ruining our eyesight. I say to a room full of people that wear glasses.
I didn't get the memo in law school. You're saying I could have gone through it and not gone blind?
How many of children? But maybe Gen Z, Gen Alpha. But yeah, I just think it opens so many doors and opportunities to learn, to research, to engage with people that we previously did not have the opportunity to engage with. So I'm very happy to be living in this age, to be honest.
I think that is wonderful. Cecilia, I'm going to turn over to you.
Of course. I agree. It's such a great equalizer of the access to information, especially information that's far away. But another thing that I really love about digital education is that it's a lot more accessible for people who have different abilities and disabilities and things like that. Nowadays, we can have screen readers that will read out text on web pages to you. Audiobooks are a digital invention that we've had for a couple decades now, but they're becoming more and more accessible. I've had textbooks on audiobook before, or ebooks, so that you can hold something that's easier to hold rather than a really heavy book. Those types of things. The fact that digital media is personalizable, new note-taking methods. If you're dyslexic and you have a hard time spelling things, you can dictate to your computer and it will write notes for you based on what you're telling it, or being able to record lectures so that you can go back and look at it if you've got attention problems or memory issues. I love how much that the digital world is able to help people that need different things with their studies. I also think that it's important to know that technology will continue advancing whether or not academics want it to. So we might as well get on the side of technology while it's still easy to learn instead of trying to fight it. I've met too many professors that want to fight technology, and it's like, okay, so tell me how you do your grade books. I bet it's online now. So that's my first comments, but we can always go back to any of these later.
I love that. Kaelyn?
That is such a perfect segue to what I was gonna say. You chewed it up perfect. So I'll just kind of give a little bit of an anecdote and to add some context. So I taught 2 classes at Yale in my 3rd year as part of the requirements as a PhD student. And just recognizing that though the students in the classroom and the ones that I was teaching and myself are not that much separated in terms of time and experience as undergrads, the way they learn is entirely different. And I would just watch the kind of standard lecture format being played out where there's like 1 or 2 slides and it's just reading off a script, basically. That has been regurgitated for the past 20 years. And just watching students just eyes glaze over and just detach. But there's no longer this attention, this like fascination, and also the professor would ask like, oh, does anybody have questions? And there would be no engagement because that's just not what engages their brains anymore. And just recognizing that I'm sitting in a room as somebody who also really responds to visual mediums, or, you know, having a student, for example, who had, you know, she processed better with audio, and trying to find ways to make things more accessible for these students that just, they learn differently now. And we have to use we have to think of digital methods and thinking about mixed approaches to education. So that way we actually are engaging the next generation of learners and policymakers and, you know, leaders of businesses and doctors. Like if they don't have a means of engaging with the material that we're teaching them, then just to kind of put it bluntly, like what's the point? You know, paying tens of thousands of dollars for education for somebody to sit in a room and to disengage. And so thinking about, as I've kind of worked through being in the education seat and then also having this YouTube channel, thinking, how is it that we can get students to re-engage, to get interested? And you have to make it personal, you have to make it digital, you have to make it visual and auditory, and we have to think about other types of accessibility tools. And I know that we have a panel later today about equity and inclusion and thinking about these types of access issues. But just really wishing that academia would recognize that their students have changed, the way that they learn has changed, and we now need to learn how to teach them.
I think it'd be remiss for us to talk about this panel and not acknowledge the fact that we are a panel in hybrid, where we have people in the room, we have people online, we have people joining in, not just on the Zoom link, but on a YouTube Live. And we are all here because of a digital community, and a community that has been formed from people all over the world, that have some who have traveled here today from far and wide, looking at you, Lainey. And also people that are joining in from all over the world. That's what we started with, is checking in where everyone is today. And I think it's remiss for us to not acknowledge how, as you say, things have changed, and our students and students that we are engaging with in our community and online have changed, and we are changing consistently. And as Cecilia mentioned, institutions and academics have to change with us. They have to adapt. have to look at not only the tools that are accessible to us, but how do we engage with our students? And I think this leads me quite nicely to my next question, Daria, which I'm going to start with you, is how do you see the digital age assisting in decentralizing?
I'm going
academia?
to come back to my data point, right? Like looking at it from a research perspective. All of the data that I work with is free. We're sort of beyond the golden age of API access now. That was kind of in the mid-2010s when you could just download data from various platforms. That's currently being taken away from us thanks to various legislation. You Digital Service
Sorry,
Act.
I'm so sorry. Let's take that offline.
But at the end of the day, there is still a lot of data that is online, that is free. So if you, coming back to the Beyond Academia panel discussion that we just had, if you're a person that loves research and for whatever reason, academia is not suitable to you full time, R is free, Python is free, digital data is free. Let's go. You want to find out something about, I don't know, aviation routes, as an alternative example, there will be data sets on Kaggle or Zenodo or wherever that you can download and you can play around with and you can like let your curiosity guide you, right? So I think it decentralizes us physically, but it also decentralizes us in a time way. Because I know in order to get data, I no longer need to be physically letting in participants into a lab, wasting 20 to 30 hours of my time like I did in my undergrad. I can now put a survey online. I can now get data from online spaces, right? So it like allows us to be a lot more flexible with when we're doing it, where we're doing it, and who we're doing it with.
Yeah. Absolutely. Cecilia, I'm going to pass to you.
I think one of the things about decentralizing academia that happens because of digital media is that in a lot of cases, you don't need a professor to learn. You can, in a lot of cases, teach yourself with online resources, with online courses that are asynchronous. It opens it up for people with a bunch of different schedules, with a bunch of different needs, a bunch of people who just don't want to go to academia. Academia is expensive. It is not easy to do. Even just trying to get into academia is a whole application process of essays and recommendations and hoping that somebody likes your application enough to bring you on. But in a lot of cases, if someone isn't in love with academia, they can still use digital media in order to learn the things that they might have been taught in that program. It might be harder for them to find those materials without guidance, but a lot of the materials I used for my certificate of digital public humanities were fully online, free to use. It wasn't that hard. A lot of my program, it was just, we have gathered these materials for you and we're going to grade you on your ability to use the skills that you learned with the materials. And so I think a lot of it is that digital media is changing the way that we can engage with class structures, class being like academia classes, not economic classes right this second, but also it does affect that as well. It changes how we learn, it changes what methods we have to go through to learn. Like you can do LinkedIn Learning to learn a whole lot of career skills that were formerly locked with professional training at universities or professional development within jobs. Nowadays, you can just get a certificate in Excel if you want and things like that. And I think that it's giving people options that we didn't necessarily have before. And I really like having options.
I think a lot of what gets kind of promoted as the why you need to go into academia and why it is that you need the certification or the degree is always put behind this like this idea of network and opportunity. And so one way to destabilize that and decentralize is to create those opportunities and those networking experiences in a digital medium outside of the academic institutions, and to show that, you know, these means are just as valid, and that researchers without an institution's backing can still produce work that is just as good, if not arguably much better than what can be produced within the general silos of academia. And so a lot of times the way that we think about why we're getting the degree is because of those factors that at the moment are not really accessible if you are not within the institution. So how is it that we make, publications open access? Like, that's something that we talk about a lot, but also how do we make, networking opportunities that are outside of, the kind of generally professional silos that we are quite adapted to move within, because there are opportunities to attend conferences as independent researchers, but the general consensus and the culture around it is that doing so puts you in a different category of scholar than somebody who, is getting a PhD or is a tenure track professor.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to take quite a bit of time, but that culture shift needs to happen. And how is it that we can ensure that, the independent researchers are producing work that is just as good and that they can have an experience that is just as rich and just as fulfilling outside of academia, outside of the ivory tower. And so how is it that we can work together to create those opportunities?
Absolutely. And as you all were talking, I was thinking off the top of my head of examples of how we're already doing this in society, but it's not, as you say, it's there, but it hasn't projected into something that's greater. And I think it will eventually. And one of the first examples that, came off the top of my head is Katie's recent podcast that she is doing and having the articles that she refers to in that podcast freely available on a cloud drive to download. And there's things like that are such small actions that we can take in academia and in our own research, in the promotion of our own research, that I think make it so much easier to be able to start to break down those walls between us and the institution itself. So I suppose bringing that back to maybe something that's a little bit not so much, excuse the tech pun, but not in the cloud, but back to Earth. But what do you imagine, Daria, I'll start with you. What do you imagine for academia and education in the digital age? What would you like to see or foresee and
Oh, this is an appeal to everybody who teaches anyone, right? I think digital times need to make us really reflect on what we're teaching and why we're teaching it, right? I had my undergrad at a university that was very strong on lecture capture, or rather my course was, because it was one professor's gripe. And she made everyone subtitle and lecture capture and show their slides at least 24 hours beforehand. And it was the greatest accessibility tool ever, right? Same with AI. I think it's a wonderful tool. I would not be able to do my PhD without AI, honestly. But I think it makes us reflect on why we're doing what we're doing. It makes us reflect as teachers and as researchers. What is it that we want to teach our students? Is it the content, right? Because again, we're in a digital age, like bloody Google exists, right? Like I genuinely do not need to know anything, right? Very few things need to be in my head. As a professional or as a researcher, I can literally just look it up.
Yeah.
What I do need to be able to do is be able to digest information. What I do need to be able to do is be able to search concisely so it doesn't take up my whole day, right? I need to be able to use the tools that are at my disposal well. And I think we need to shift, and we needed to shift for decades now, because this isn't a new AI thing. This started with web search, right? We need to be able to teach our students how to use these things in the context of our class, right? Because a general how to use AI course isn't going to serve you when you're teaching psych methods, right? It's going to look very different for experimental methodology versus when you're teaching a history class, right? Because when I teach someone how to code, I literally just go, use whatever AI gives you, put it in your coding software, see if it gives you an error. If it doesn't, look at the output. Does it kind of look like what you expect? If yes, congratulations, you've saved yourself 2 hours, right? If I'm teaching someone about content, I will never tell them to just take whatever AI gave you and run with it. Coding and content, very different things, right? So it is, I think, our individual duty to teach within our specific context how to use all of the digital tools at our disposal. That was really long.
No.
I'm very passionate about that.
Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Cecilia, I would like to pass it over to you.
I've got a lot of the same or similar points. I've been recently hired as a librarian for a high school, and when I was interviewing with the principal, he specifically was interested in my digital skills because he wanted to help bridge the tech chasm between the older teachers and now the students who have grown up with tech their entire lives. But I come about things from, I guess, not quite an academic standpoint of, I want to teach the students how to use the technology, not how to do things without it. Because what's the point in teaching a student how to manually cite something when I can teach them how to use Noodle Tools or Zotero or any other citation manager, and it will get them favorable results? I just need them to not plagiarize. That's the most important thing. If that comes with them manually citing something or them using a citation manager, as long as they don't plagiarize, that's fine. I need them to be able to look at the results from Google's AI telling them that they should be eating 1 small rock a day and be like, can you consider if you should be eating rocks at all? Is this a valid response that the Google AI search engine thing is giving you? And let's critically think about whether or not that's correct. I want to be able to teach students that they can rely on technology. They just have to double check that it's not feeding them garbage. So I don't think that we need to teach things in a world without digital tools. I think we need to teach students that digital tools are going to be a facet of their world for the rest of their lives and teach them how to engage and move forward with that information. Will that get me in trouble with a lot of the older crowd of teachers where they want to manually teach their students how to cite things in MLA? Sure. But will it be helpful to the students that they can skip what I consider unnecessary teaching and go to what is currently valuable to them and show them that these tools can be their friend as long as they're smart about it?
Yeah. And I think, Kaelyn, before I pass it on to you, it makes me think of a recent conference that I attended where one of the presenters, literally her entire presentation was how she had generated her own chatbot, her own chat GPT, where she fed it the resources that she needed and it became her research assistant in the paper that she was presenting. And the entire talk went away from the fact that she was presenting this great paper. It was a great paper, but her presenting the great paper took 10-15 minutes, and the rest of her presentation was how she had developed this research assistant in ChatGPT. Sorry, Google, I'm so sorry. But it was in ChatGPT. And it's exactly what we've kind of been talking about, is how do we facilitate using those tools to better enhance what we are putting out. And Kaelyn, I would love your view here in particular of how you found this with YouTube specifically as it relates to making, I suppose, academia and education more visible. I know I've directed you here, so feel free to go.
Yeah, happy to take that direction. So I think a little bit of context. So when I started my YouTube channel, and I had about a year into my YouTube channel, and I had started my PhD, and I got a lot of pushback from the institution, basically saying, you need to be focused on the research and the PhD, and like this seems like a waste of time. And whatnot. Every possible like rejection of what I was doing, and it was seen as this, you know, as this kind of like egotistical, like, oh, you just want to, like, it's just about, you know, creating a platform and being famous and whatnot, which was not the case in any way. And I tell this story because the contrast is that I am now 4 years in and have been called to speak to the National Endowment for the Humanities, which informs education policy in the United States on digital education methods. And that is entirely because of YouTube and the way that I viewed YouTube as a mechanism for connection and for education. And recognizing that a lot of times the way that academics approach new methods and new technology is with fear and immediate rejection, rather than thinking, well, if it's new, it's likely going to be absorbed by my students. And so how can I actually use these technologies in order to inform my pedagogy? And my personal experience as an educator, as somebody who was teaching classes at Yale, was so greatly informed by teaching on YouTube and recognizing do I distill information? How do I make it visual? How do I make it so that way this information is more accessible? And trying to figure out how to develop the research on my own while also sharing that experience in real time. And in doing so, creating space for others to question, like, you know, their own methods and question whether or not this is the approach that they wanted to be taking. And so many people like now creating YouTube channels and sharing their experiences and sharing their research. When I started my YouTube channel, there was one PhD YouTuber and it was Simon Clark. And now tens, hundreds of content creators that share their experiences, that share how it is that they approach the methodology. And it's not just about the day in the life, because the day in the life is also inclusive of, you know, your thought process and working through these things. And like I said in the introduction for today, like that crowdsourced community on YouTube has provided so much more support and guidance and mentorship than any institution I've attended. And yeah, thinking about the digital world as a tool and thinking about how it is that we can leverage it in our approach.
100%. And given that this symposium itself is an example to that, one of, as you can see on the slide here, and I'm going to ask Polly if she wouldn't mind going over to the next slide. One of our sponsors for the symposium is Scrintel, which is a digital online mind mapping app that both Kaelyn and I have used and many members of our community have used. And because they have been so invested in the work that we do in Accepted, they have provided anyone that is a part of this symposium a discount code for your use with the app itself. So big thank you to Scrintel for coming to the forefront and being an application that drives those changes. And I suppose to end off, a little fun question for our panelists here of what their favorite digital technology app is.
Ooh.
I didn't prepare you for this one.
No.
No, this is all fun.
Honestly, I'm gonna say Zotero. I love my Zotero so much. It is such a mess.
It's all about the chaos.
And I would say Zotero and Notion in all the ways that they can be linked. And just the way that they are there for me and hold my thoughts, and how easy it is to look back and not have to go through stacks of papers like I did in my undergrad because nobody prepared me. So yeah, I'm gonna say my Zotero.
It was Zotero. I love that. Cecilia, favorite app?
Well, I guess I can't rep Zotero, even though the center that I got digital humanities certified in created it. I really love Google Drive. It's amazing. I've been using Google Drive since it came out in like 2011 or so, since I was literally a child. It's saved to the cloud. You've got tons of storage and you can buy more if you run out. You can put photos on there, spreadsheets, documents. They've got slides, amazing stuff. I can't speak higher of it because it's gotten me through like every essay I've written. I love how you can use add-ons with it. If you don't have a proofreading AI add-on for your Google Drive, I don't know how you write essays because I've been doing it for like the last 6 years where it'll tell me, hey, you should probably reword this sentence. It makes no sense. And it's always helpful. So I love how customizable it is. I love how I have not had to use flash drives in a decade. It's been so nice. So I'm probably going to say that if I can't also steal Zotero.
I love that. Kaelyn, I'm going to challenge you and you're not allowed to say YouTube.
Ooh, I wasn't gonna say YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube's a good one. So the immediate answer is Notion.
Notion.
I am a Notion girly to my core. Yeah, Notion has been a tool that I've been using since my time at Oxford, and it is a really important app to me. But actually, the thing that I will say recently is GoodNotes. I had an experience at Oxford where I had a reading that I had done in undergrad, but my notes were back home in a physical notebook. And that was the point in which I switched. And yeah, GoodNotes has kept all of my notes, and also because it has a word processing software, so long as it's a digitally, like a word processed PDF and it's searchable, I can make my highlights. It's aesthetic. It's so organized. I love it. So yeah, GoodNotes and Notion.
I love that. I think that is a wonderful, wonderful thing, especially because I use all of those. So clearly I'm doing the right thing. Well, I think that is a great place for us to stop this panel. I want to give a huge shout out to our panelists, both in person and online, as we break down the digital. Thank you all so much, those that are online, especially for being here. And we'll take a quick break now, and we will reconvene on the half-hour mark, wherever you find yourself across the world in this digital platform. Thank you so much, everyone.
Please do this. I'll change a few words.
So, yeah. On Zoom, we're about to get started. I'm Kendra, Leah. Could you please make sure to turn on your camera so that way I can spotlight you?
Ideology.
And I have seen Switzerland.
No, that's okay.
We're about to six. Good to go.
Right. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We are halfway through, and I don't know about you, but I've just been absolutely blown away so far by today. It has been so phenomenal, and this panel, I think, is possibly the most personal one to me, being a non-traditional student myself and having gone upside down and sideways into my academic career. And I am very excited to introduce our panelists here today. Quick shout out to both Kendra and Kaelyn, who are joining us from the West Coast, and it is ridiculously early on that side. So thank you both so much for being here very early on in the morning. I really appreciate it. And obviously, Lainey, who has traveled all the way from Boston to be with us here today. Kendra, I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. Why don't you start by telling everyone what makes you a non-traditional student?
A 30-year gap between undergrad and graduate school. So yeah, I just turned 54. So quite untraditional.
Amazing, wonderful. Lainey, I'm going to ask you, what makes you a non-traditional student?
I'm about 10 years behind Kendra on the age and time away from undergrad. So I'm 45 and I graduated in like 2002. But I wanted to go back and I started a master's that I had to stop because I couldn't do both ends work. It was just too much. And I kind of gave it up and said, well, when I retire, I'll go back. And then I met Kaelyn, and she was like, just do it, just do the work. And I have been, and so I'm on the independent researcher side of things now. And yeah, it's pretty cool.
Amazing. And many of you will recognize Kaelyn, one of our all-star house masters here and accepted, a valuable member of our team. Kaelyn, what makes you a non-traditional student?
Thanks, Kate. Hi, everyone. Oh, I'm so happy to be here. And our study session C is represented well here, so I'm excited about that. But I relate to being a non-traditional student, specifically around earning my PhD and coming back to get my PhD after several years already in my career, really already well planted and doing well professionally, and decided to leave my job, leave my salary, and go back to school full-time to pursue my PhD.
Love that. Thank you all so much. I think what comes out of all of your journeys is these different paths to academia. But what we don't speak about particularly is what benefits that those paths have had to you and your journey personally. So Kendra, I'm gonna ask you, how has your non-traditional path benefited you?
Great question. I would say it's benefited me because of just opportunities that happened in that 30-year span. I raised a giant family, so that was not also in my plans. But I started with a bachelor's degree in a completely different field knew that I wanted a graduate degree eventually in that field. And lo and behold, I am not in that field. So I think that time gave me the opportunity to play with other things and understand what my other passions were. My bachelor's degree is in vocal performance. So everybody says, oh, a singing degree? Yes, a singing degree. So an opera background. I don't know, if you know this, but if you stay out of vocal performance for 30 years and you raise a bunch of kids, you don't really have the voice you once had. So and I always say it's because I yelled at children for 25 years, but no, that's not true. A little bit, a little true. So, part of it was discovering that maybe I didn't want to do that. And the really fun thing is that two of my daughters actually are heavily involved in an opera company. So I get to sort of, do that side of my life watching them, but also realize that what I learned in that time period was that I really had a passion for literature and history, and that is what I wanted to continue forward doing. So it just gave me the benefit of time, but it also gave me the benefit of not being straight out of undergrad. I didn't really know who I was. I didn't really, I was trying to muddle my way through a new marriage, a young marriage. And we were living in a big city and, all of these things that were a little overwhelming at the time. And it just gave me time, the benefit of time. And also did work during that time too. Sounds like I just raised a bunch of kids and not just, but you know what I'm saying. But I also, created a whole business on the side, if you will. And that was absolutely invaluable to so many skills that would drive me forward. So there's the long answer.
I love that. No, that's so, so helpful. Liam, I'm gonna ask you the same question.
So my full-time job is in construction. I'm a construction superintendent. I started off as a union carpenter first. And one of the benefits is I don't think people realize how many degrees there are in construction. I have degrees, but I work with iron workers who went to Cornell. I work with carpenters who, got their masters at Boston University. Like there are also like where I am from Boston. So like there's just a lot of education there in general, but I don't think you realize like just how many people are super intelligent in that industry, but probably had some sort of like ADHD or autism or like some sort of something, or even just life circumstances that prevented them from academia. And part of the thing that I'm seeing is that through what I'm doing, I can encourage people who also have this like weird little bug on the side to explore it, whatever that is. And the other thing that I realized was I did a thesis paper 20 plus years ago for my undergrad on the Salem witch trials, and 20 years later, the passion was burning even stronger for that exact topic. And so like I know that what I'm doing is exactly what I need to be doing. I'm not trying to force myself into a box because all this time later, I can't think of anything else I want to be doing, in my spare time. So.
I love that. I really want to come back to talking about breaking out of that box that we put ourselves into. But Claire, I want to ask you the same question, if you don't mind me passing to you.
So I think with me, the way I want to answer this question has to do a lot with just kind of my developmental journey and the time that being away from school and then coming back to my PhD, in terms of where I was in my interior world, where I was emotionally, spiritually, physically, the ways that I had, in truth, the impetus of me returning to school and pursuing my PhD had to do with me always kind of having it as a dream and an intention, but I lost myself in my work. I found myself, running faster, jumping higher, wanting to meet the demands of my employer. I was, relatively young Black woman in a predominantly white institution working as an administrator, and really felt like I had to kind of prove that I was meant to be there. And even though my work certainly spoke for itself, you know, I was socialized in a way where, you know, you have to work twice as hard, right? And so in that time, I really lost myself so much. So I experienced illness. I went from not going on a vacation to being on a 3-month medical leave. And in that time, that really allowed me to go deeper within myself, to see how I had attached so much of my identity to what I did, in terms of my profession, in terms of the responsibilities that I held, how helpful and useful I was to others. And so being able to kind of have that unfortunate forced kind of contemplative time really allowed me to be more discerning about what I truly felt called to do, what made me happy. And so entering my PhD, I was far more discerning, far more exacting, far more deliberate in what I pursued, how I utilized my time, who I wanted to work with. And some of my peers who may have not had, you know, had the same type of developmental arc, for example, they sometimes I think found themselves being swayed a little bit more, you know what I mean? And we would be able to kind of talk about that, and I would hopefully model a different way of being at times. But I definitely believe that my developmental journey, my interior world, that development and investment in really supported me in my doctorate.
Love that. I think this kind of ties into the next question, but I want to frame it slightly differently for our panelists here, because I think a lot of us that are on our non-traditional academic path have felt ourselves being put into these boxes that we're meant to do, or we're meant to fit a particular mold, and we don't fit it. And we find ourselves breaking out of those boxes and breaking out of those boundaries. But that actually, in doing so, it is quite difficult. I want to acknowledge that for those of us that are here that are breaking out of those boundaries, who are well aware that it is not an easy trajectory to take on. So leading that into the question, Kendra, I'll start with you. How can academia itself sorry, I got so distracted by the comment. That was phenomenal. Kendra, you need to, there needs to be a different line of online presence for you. And can I say, Jen, having seen Kendra in person, because we're in the same cohort, she's flawless. But that is phenomenal. So sorry, how can academia, and I'm talking not just the institutions, but specifically the institutions as well, because non-traditional academia in institutions is a relatively new thing. It's not something that is very popularized or that many universities take on. So how can academia itself make non-traditional trajectories less burdensome for people?
This is a huge question. I don't know. Kate, you know, I feel like Kate and I are in the same cohort, so we haven't said that yet. But last year at the symposium, she said, I'm entering this program, and I said, I am too. So it was kind of a crazy little coincidence. But I feel like, at least where we are, there is you're sitting at the continuing ed department where we are, and that, and I feel like there has been a real tradition. I know there's been a tradition historically at Oxford of supporting continuing ed students. And, I think we're seeing more and more of this over the course of my lifetime, because it's good financial sense for any university to do this, for one thing, and we have connectivity, right? So in terms of support, I know there have been some issues within our own cohort that I have seen. So I'm just talking from the experiences that I have seen. And that would be the access, issues of access, maybe communication so that expectations are clearly met. I mean, that's every organization, right? So perhaps that, I would say maybe there could be an acknowledgement, and maybe there is, and I'm not seeing it in other places, but an acknowledgement that this is also a financial undertaking for non-traditional students as well, maybe more so. I mean, in my case, we're so old that my husband and I have no savings, but we're also at the same time, we have a gap at the moment between kids who are in college or university, but we have one who's graduating from high school this year. And I'm starting to think about that, and I'm getting a little bit like, oh, I need more work hours, to help that kiddo and myself. And so, I mean, I think I don't know that I've necessarily seen that so much as the acknowledgement that there is a financial choice being made for non-traditional students as well as the student who's coming straight out of secondary school.
I really like that. Amy, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
So for me, it's a little bit different, and I still haven't figured out how this works as an independent researcher, but the things that I have figured out is schools like Oxford will give you a reader card to go into the archives and the libraries and things like that. And Harvard as well. I have a reader card for the Harvard libraries as well. And I think Lanita earlier mentioned being an affiliate researcher, which is a little bit of a goal of mine to get to. But I think there are ways to kind of be independent from academia, but still kind of within academia. And even if it's just, I need to be able to go into the library and sit there for 2 hours and feel connected, not just to everything around me, but just to feel connected to being in academia. Because I know this is all, the conversations are about like how to break out of academia, but like kind of the best way to break out of academia is to find a way to break into academia, and to like jailbreak the whole process. Because the reality is I see my nephews who are, and Kendra can probably see this in her own kids who are like 20 and 17, and they look at college as like this thing that is probably going to fail them in life rather than help them in life. And what if we change the conversation to, it doesn't have to be about like these like boxes that you check off in life. Like it should be about passion. It should be about like wanting to contribute something to the world. And I think university is going to have to catch on. I think they've caught on to, I mean, even the people in this room who have had non-traditional paths, and they're like, well, these are the people that are going to get us like the research that's going to keep bringing the endowments in the future, because they've had better like life experience. And so it's figuring out how to get universities to go, oh, that person who, I don't know, works a construction job, but man, can she write a paper on witches? Like she might be something that benefits us at some point. So like that's what I'm trying to figure out is how do I kind of sneak in, like
Jailbreak that.
yeah, backdoor it,
I love that. I think that's great. Clea, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just, I'm really thankful for you all sharing your experiences. And I was also reading just the chat and just acknowledging some of what's present there. I saw someone was sharing about here in the States, Carmen shared about here in the States, how we're really behind in supporting continuing education and how high it is economically. And as a higher ed administrator, I'm noticing even, I mean, I hope they're not listening, but well, maybe they should be listening. Maybe they'll learn some things. But like even at my current institution, right? Even at my current institution, there's a program I've worked really closely with the last several years that is going, that they're sunsetting to switch to an online program. And part of why they're doing that is because you don't learn today. That's right, Dalton. Part of why they're doing that is because, frankly, the assumption is that, okay, they're going to get, instead of what we have currently was kind of like traditional kind of first generation students, right? Students whose parents have not been to college, who have high financial need and such. They're trying to move a little bit away from that and center folks that are already full-time professionals, because part of their assumption is that those people are going to have money and less challenges. And I just know that's not the truth. I just know that that is not a safe assumption to make, and it's a really problematic assumption. And so I know when it comes to some of these programs in continuing ed, or even kind of full online programs, that sometimes there's a lack of like quality student services and really centering the learner, because there's kind of just an assumption, okay, well, you know, we can bring these students in and they're going to have less needs. So I think part of it is just like troubling and disrupting that whole framework, right? Like students at any age with any, whether they're online, whether in person, whether they're international, whether they're on campus, varying ability, ethnicities, genders, et cetera, are still 100% human. And part of honoring their dignity as learners is really to center their needs. And so in part is one, inviting them to share what their needs are. Because a concern I've had in higher education working is simply that sometimes we say we want these students, right? We want them, we want their tuition dollars, we want them, you know, in our classes. However, we don't do and put the necessary effort into actually dignifying their presence with a particular program. So I'll just end my rant there. But first of all, just like troubling all these assumptions about what it means that non-traditional students may have less needs or less financial support that is needed, and really centering the needs of the learner.
I don't think I could agree more with you, Leah, because I know my own pathway into academia, which has been, as I said in the introduction, kind of upside down and backwards and jailbreaking. I love that. I'm going to use that from here on out. Jailbreaking back into academia after being 10 years in as a corporate lawyer. Has been a bizarre experience, and my experience as a non-traditional student is completely different from that of anyone here, right? We all have different needs and different circumstances that we're dealing with, and for me, it's the idea of balancing full-time work and study at the same time, and what that means, balance and life and in that sense of it. But I think there are a lot of people, myself included, when I started my non-traditional journey in the midst of COVID, which seems to be a transformative time for so many of us. I know we all say COVID was a very bad thing. I don't want to, glorify it, but it also seems to be a time of pivot, a time that forced us all to think about what we really needed in our lives and to change it for the better. So I just want to flip the narrative slightly to the positive on that sense, because I know that when I started my non-traditional journey, I was looking for those people who had taken this pathway and I couldn't find it. The same reason I started my YouTube channel, as Kaelyn mentioned with hers, is that I was looking for that and I couldn't find it. And now in this community, I've found so many, and I'm so grateful for that. So I want to direct the question first to you, Kendra. What would you say to someone who feels like the change or direction towards academia is impossible?
I love this question. I've been asked this question, and there are a couple of things that I think are really crucial to the conversation. And one would be that we live in a world now where all things are possible, seemingly, right? I mean, I think the only thing that keeps most of us back is money and time, perhaps, or, okay, that's not true. Money, time, and maybe, other responsibilities. I mean, my husband and I are in that age group where we're straddling, very aging parents and children, and we have grandchildren. And I mean, it's just like, there's a lot. And I know that that's a lot of people's reality. And so, yes, there are other things that can kind of hold you back. However, if you, like anything we choose to do in life, if this is something that you really feel you've got to walk through that door, which was my situation. I just knew, like, there wasn't a choice here. And so the choice then becomes, how do I adjust the things that I can't, the non-negotiables? How do I adjust the non-negotiables, or how do I adjust the things that are negotiable, keep the non-negotiables, and then integrate this as part of what I'm going to be doing for the next year or 2 years or 5 or 7, depending on where you are. So, so I think, understanding what that looks like for you. I'm a really natural reverse engineer in my head, so I can sort of reverse engineer any goal, but I know that's not true for a lot of people. So I would say, if that's you and you're thinking, how would I even fit this into my life, or how would I even put this in with caregiving, or my full-time work, or whatever else the responsibilities are, how would I pay for this, to step backwards from the end goal and say, how can I adjust the things in my life that I just don't that I don't need to be doing, that aren't those non-negotiables. So I think I answered your question. Remind me, okay.
You're good.
Yeah. All of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, what was the question? Yeah, I think that's it. But but really take a look at those things and say, what can I delegate? Is there somebody else who can do this thing or that thing, who could pick the child up from school, who can, whatever the thing is, temporarily. And I think that's the other thing that's really great to communicate to the non-negotiable people in your life, which is just like, this is temporary. And I happen to be married to a guy who gets that fantastically. And I know not all of us have that situation, but he's just like, do your thing, I got this. And that's an incredible gift. So if you don't have that, how can you then work around that? Because you're going to need to adjust some things in your life. And I have to say, it's very freeing over this last year. Ours is a 2-year part-time program, so we've just about finished the first year, and it's been very freeing to say to people, sorry, I can't do that. I just can't do that. I'm in school right now, can't do that. So I say it a lot. It's fantastic.
I love that. I think that's so great. Lenny, what would you say? I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Between listening to Kendra talk and Dalton being hilarious on the chat, I completely forgot.
That's totally fair. No, the question was, what would you say to someone who feels like the change or direction towards academia is impossible?
I can do it. There's literally no excuse. Just I will try not to ramble on too long, but just a little bit about me. I grew up in a relatively poor neighborhood. And I had ADHD growing up, and I was undiagnosed until I was like 27. And I was just a lazy, stupid kid. Even though, like, when I was tested when I first got to school, I had a really high IQ. They wanted me to skip classes. I was apparently gifted, but by the time I got to 5th grade, I was stupid and I was lazy. And I was told I should work in retail. I was told I should not ever don't bother going to college. It's not worth it for you. And I kind of but I also read, I never stopped reading. From the minute I could read, I read. And I'm also really stubborn, and I, like to prove people wrong. So being here today, I'm thinking in my head, all the people who are going to be spitting nails, knowing that this is my life today. But they, I just did it, and doing it now and with the perspective I have, I thought that academics had to be these like perfect people who like did everything perfectly and now I look at it and, my best friend who is amazing and brilliant and we talk about like really intellectual things a lot, but she kind of grew up a lot the way that I did, where everyone was like, don't bother. And I'm like, no, bother. Like you have a mind, like the world needs your mind to be doing things like this because we have a perspective, a very unique perspective that's gonna change how certain things are seen, and so there is no impossible if you have the itch to do it and you don't care what anyone ever says to you, which no one should ever care what anyone ever says to you, just do it. Cause if I'm doing it, you know, like I literally leave a job site with like a bunch of dudes like covered in garbage and go home and read and like figure things out. So like if I'm able to do that, with my life and my history, anyone, literally anyone in the world can do it. There's no excuse.
Yeah, absolutely. Leah?
You gotta bet on yourself, y'all. Like at the end of the
Yes.
day, you gotta bet on yourself. Like you gotta lock in. I mean, we got a lot of Olympics energy right now. Like,
Yes.
if you gotta watch the Olympics tonight or whatever, like lock in, visualize. Like when I tell you, I shared with you all that, oh, by the way, like I'm a baby PhD. I've had my PhD for exactly like 5 minutes.
Can we
So I
just
can share
acknowledge
that.
Kalia right there?
Yes, I'm
Doctor
so
in the
thankful.
house.
Yeah, and this community was so formative in helping me in that final push. So just so thankful. But I just wanted to let y'all know that for context, for those that don't know me and think like, oh, like I barely I barely got it. But and it took me 7 years to do that. And I shared earlier that I left my job and everything like that. And I shared that I had a medical leave that was kind of the impetus of me having this revelation. It took over a year from that medical leave to me starting my doctorate. So it was probably like a year and a half or maybe 2 years of that time. For me, honestly, it was strategizing. Like I had to figure out a plan. Like Lainey, I'm from a low income background. I also was financially supporting my mother, which meant I was paying mortgage and also trying to also live my life. So I had a lot of financial commitments, but also familial, communal commitments. And so first I had to get on board myself, like mentally actually start to think, okay, like this is what I want. I need to go get this. What I literally, because I was working at the time and I wanted to start to put myself in the energy, like I was visualizing myself as like Dr. Kalia, like 10 years ago already, like visualizing myself. So I was able to get like a little deal, but at the time I invested in a co-working space so that I had to leave my office and go to a co-working space and start to use that to like use the board, map out how I could do this, start working on applications, like the whole thing. Like I didn't wait to get into the program or be like I was already Dr. Kalia 10 years ago in my mind, right? And so I really took it super seriously. And once it started to make sense, and to be honest, I kept it pretty close to my heart until it started to make a little bit more sense to me and I could speak about it a little bit more confidently. And then I began to introduce it with my family, talk to them and be able to like share with them. Not that I had it all figured out or not that I had the pressure of having it all figured out, but I had to get a little practical with myself. I also will say it was by any means necessary. And I'm not recommending this per se, but just so you know, part of my plan was that I was going to use some of my retirement money to help supplement my living and like help me continue to pay towards, my mother's mortgage, right? So like that's the level of like granular detail, right? And things that I really had to think about. But that money, y'all, that money is all coming back. I'm not even worried about that anymore. Like that money is already coming back to me, in terms of where I am now and how I see the rest of my career and entrepreneurial endeavors working. But if anything, I just want you to know, like, please, you really have to bet on yourself. Find some way to have some kind of practice of allowing yourself to kind of visualize this for yourself. If you need to, keep it close until it feels ripe enough that you can share it with folks that can really honor it and hold it tenderly. And go get it. This community is here for you. And yeah, I'm just excited for everyone, their journeys.
I love that. And I think one theme that's kind of cut across everyone's answers in one way, shape, and form has been the support and the structure of that support, whether it be Kendra's phenomenal husband, or the Accepted Society community, or the family that you have, or the financial support that you gain. And I want to kind of pause for a moment and acknowledge the people in our lives who do support us in going through these endeavors, because I think it is so fundamental that while we might be up here doing the things that we are doing, there are people in the background who have made a huge impact on our lives. So I just want to take some time to thank those people wherever they are. But I want to end on a fun question, which I'm going to ask Kendra first. What has been your most surprising moment as a non-traditional student? Let's make it more specific. In your master's, what has been your most surprising moment?
Probably acceptance. Like, let's be real. When I applied to two programs.
Make Kaelyn cry. Well done.
I mean, honestly, and I applied to two different programs and I got into them and I was like, what is happening? But I think that really actually is a great link to the whole, believe in yourself sort of discussion, or the bet on yourself idea that I don't know why I thought I should apply to the programs I applied to, except that they seemed like a good fit. And I'll tell you, the older I get, here's my old woman wisdom. I've learned to trust my gut. My brain tells me all kinds of should things, and I've lived in should for a long time. So I have so many children. I love them. I love each of them. But I lived in a space for a long time of the things I should be doing. I think we're really good at that as women, at least in the West. So, my brain has misled me a lot, but my gut has never misled me. And I just knew that I needed to walk through these doors and just apply and see where that went. And so there it is. I mean, when I got those acceptance emails, I was like, well, look at that. Who knew? But my gut had told me I needed to go in those directions. So there's my there's my little bit of, I don't know, whatever magic for you. Trust your gut.
Love it. I love that. Lainey?
The most surprising thing. I think first of all that I'm not a dumbass. I definitely noted it, because I was like, in the beginning too, I was like, I'd been out of school for so long, even when I did study, like I've been sober for a very long time. When I was in college, I drank, if you've ever seen Good Will Hunting, I drank at the L Street Tavern and did all my homework. Like that is where I worked. That's how I worked. I was not traditional ever really. But I didn't know what I was doing and I started reading and I was like, you're stupid. Like there's no way you're gonna do this. And I did it. And I kind of caught on. I'm gonna piggyback off of what Kendra said though, because I really just like watching Kaelyn cry. If it were not for Kaelyn and accepted, one, I definitely wouldn't be here because I will never forget. I went down to Yale to help her film something, and I said the sentence that changed my entire life, which was, I just wanted to do this so badly, and I wish I could have. And she's like, just do it. Like, we need independent researchers, just do it. And I did it, you know, and if it wasn't for her, if it wasn't for acceptance, if it wasn't for everybody here, like I don't know what I'd be doing on this Saturday, but I'd probably be wasting my day, honestly, you know? So it is that those are the two most surprising things, that I did it, and well, you can all determine if I'm good at it tomorrow, but like I did it, but like I also met this amazing community of people and just like feel legitimate in it, you know, because of you guys. So that is the most surprising thing, honestly.
Well, congratulations, made me cry again.
Actually, myself, Holly, over here, we're all in it together.
Let's go for
I
a
don't
trifecta.
know what is going on.
Leah,
There's something in the water here. Leah, bring us home.
That's so sweet. Oh my goodness, it's so sweet. I mean, honestly, that really is it. When I think about when I decided to go back to school, I thought more on a micro level. I thought like, you know, I'm gonna have like classmates and, you know, even my campus community, and like this is gonna be great. And I didn't think about how simply by identifying as a scholar, by being in academia, how it would really bring forth such a global community. I really didn't. I did not see how I would form such meaningful friendships and connections with people across the world, or across the nation that I had never met, but like who knew intimate details of my life. Or that I would just look at a YouTube video one day and then end up on this amazing team and a part of this community. Like it really is a unique opportunity. There's something about the experience of academia that is so felt that we all can relate to each other in one way or another. So certainly that. And honestly, I never, if you would have told me several years ago, I would like be happy sitting on Zoom for hours, hours at a time on a daily basis, and that I would enjoy like setting a timer and like, go Kendra, go. Welcome back, Lainey. Like, what? That makes no sense.
This is the
That
best
makes
part of
no
my
sense.
night, by the way, is the welcome back, Lainey, because I'm like, I don't want to do this, but I know if I get on there and you're there, you're gonna be so like welcoming that I'm like, yes, she's gonna make me feel good.
Oh, it's so sweet. It's so sweet. And I mean, honestly, I personally feel like I've received more than whatever I give, because I almost always start with like, oh, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to do my work. I did not want to write. I did not. I got my PhD without wanting to write a word. Okay. So it's possible, whatever goal y'all are doing with your writing, keep going. I did not want to write any of those words, but I found my way. But the accountability and the like, you know, I think also in this community and just the surprise of how it's helped me keep my word to myself more, you know, when it comes to like how I'm committing to my own scholarship. I can't keep showing up and seeing people and telling them, you know, I have this goal today and not do it. Like it just feels out of integrity. So yeah, just the sweet surprise of the virtual community, the global community, and that I could really enjoy just all these little boxes for hours at a time. It's amazing.
I don't know. Someone's cooking a lot of onions nearby.
It's me.
I just want to say big thank you, not only to our phenomenal panelists, Kendra, Claire, Lainey. thank you for getting up ridiculously early to join us here for this panel today. But thank you to everyone in this community who, in one way or the other, is non-traditional.
Thank y'all.
We're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a little broadcasting break, and we'll be back at the half-hour mark. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you back here for our last panel. Thank you. It's onions, I swear.
Now I'm gonna cry. I can't do that tough guy thing right now. No, thank you. Wait, stop being nice to me.
And that was within the first few months, right?
Yeah.
It's like, that's normal.
For a small
Like, with the
Which is
APR,
lovely, but it needs to still. That's like, you mean that?
2024.
I will
And
research
he's
ask
like,
anything.
nine, and I'm like, yeah, but this is just here. These were things that I was doing from those years and being
Yeah.
mine. And you guys are like, so what are you working on today?
That,
Oh,
like,
I'm
I
amazing.
researched almost anything. There's a couple of things that I won't research, but I will research almost anything. I got this within one of those four.
Right? And it just comes to the point that now they're coming out.
Oh, it's like, I have two additional psychology degrees, I would be a
So I'm sort of seeing
PhD
PhD as
in
a
psychology, yeah, I love
to like not necessarily gonna carry on what I want PhD research in.
And I'm like,
So it's really
it's fine,
fun.
find the back door and go, you know,
Like,
I didn't have the qualifications to,
yeah, just to
I didn't have the qualifications to, well, I went to mine in Australia, and it was like, we all have money.
We're literally like in my.
If they really wanted me, they probably would want
Yeah.
me, you know? I got an apology, actually, when I was at Con,
And it's like,
when I met the.
when it's like you're reading
guy that's
the chapter the day before, you're never done it, like.
Like, well, this is.
Everybody on the next panel, if you can please on your cameras, so that way we can spotlight you.
I've seen your work, because he was at all of my talks.
Yeah.
And he was like, I've seen your work, and I've seen that you work with Mike, which is an interesting professor.
So I just.
But yeah, I mean, so much of it turns out to be stage.
You know, he.
Yeah, no, you're getting petty.
I just went, well, he didn't want me there for a PhD. Sometimes when people.
Like, I
It's like, oh, what do you mean? So, well, remember that famous year?
What do you need to do? Watching more YouTube, just my time. I love settling down these. So,
So you got to chat for a while, and I'm like, okay, my boss. So it was interesting just to have that kind of contrast with Australia, but yeah, Wolverhampton basically like. It's going and signed, so technically. So I'm European, and I applied for something that my supervisor got the whole paperwork. You're only supposed to get a studentship.
I want.
If you are allowed to resign.
The settings also. So I think there's been a lot of people meet the criteria for like mood disorders as well. Just love it. So I would.
So when they agreed, so he only told me this after I was here, so just to let you know, because I'm something to
Diagnosis or something.
So when that everything started.
Hey, Alani, if you could please turn your camera on, then I can spotlight you.
Doing the other side as well.
To work for it, and you recognize your name,
that.
professions like you want to buy.
Apologize.
Take care of everything else. The team here was like.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean?
What about you?
Outside of the. So, you members can resign.
Right now I'm.
Most professors.
It's like, oh, I'm excited to go home.
What you do? So my supervisor said to me, congratulations, you're the last person ever.
Sing on.
So
Outside.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But are you excited to have me back?
After, yeah, I know. Technically, it wasn't strange to me, so I applied to one.
All right, everyone, if we could take our seat here in the room. Too long to explain in the next break then. Fully virtual panel now, which is absolutely amazing. I will let Katie kick us off and just see if you can, we just unmute everyone for a second. And that should work. And welcome everyone to our last panel of the day. Katie, over to you.
All right. Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, I can't see anyone in the room, but I will say hello nonetheless. Thank you, first of all, to my panelists and to everyone else for allowing me to moderate this panel. It's I actually asked if it was okay if I was on this one just because I care a lot about the ideas behind diversity, equity, and inclusion as somebody with a neurodivergency, but again, more broadly throughout the academy. So thank you guys for being here. I'm just going to jump right into it. And I have a couple of questions I thought of during the day that aren't on the questions we provided you. So I'm going to play around with those if you don't mind. I'd like to start to just by kind of like laying a foundation of what that phrase really means, not in terms of how it's necessarily applied to the academy, but what it means to you, and then what it means practically in your life. Shannon, do you want to kick us off?
Okay, DEI, diversity and inclusion and equity. So in the world of academia, as a Black woman, we're not highlighted. And even in the world, think about the presidential election that's going on in the United States. A lot of people are discounting Kamala because she is a Black woman. They're questioning her credentials, her education, etc. But one thing that I think that DEI brings to the community, it brings different cultures, different views, and different ways to express and think about certain topics. We're not monolith here in the United States. We're a diverse population, and to see things from a diverse perspective is what the goal should be here in academia and even in the world outside of academia.
Thank you. Now I've learned my lesson not to unmute or not to mute myself. Thank you, Shannon. Can I pass it off to Alani?
Oh, hi, everyone. I just want to preface that I'm in the airport. I have a flight in like an hour and a half, but of course, I wanted to join this panel. It's very important. This community is very important to me, so I wanted to make sure that I was able to do this. DEI, it is very important, I think, for everyone. As piggybacking off of what Shannon just said, as a Black woman in academia, growing up in one of the most diverse cities in the world, I'm from New York City, it was really a struggle having to identify as Black and then getting the opportunities that I deserved and that I earned. That in order to get to where I am today was very hard. And I think it's very important that we take the time to invest in not only diversity, equity, but also the inclusion part, because we can show people, we can bring everyone together, but if we don't include everyone, if we don't show that everyone that they belong, what would be the point in doing all of this? So I think that is probably one of the most important parts of DEI is this inclusion part and making sure that everybody feels included and are included. Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you highlighted like a specific word from the phrase to really like inspect what does that actually mean. Passing it off to Amber. How about you?
For me, so essentially a huge part of me even going back to school was the exposure to diversity studies, right? So focusing on especially African American women. Originally, I'm from Chicago. I grew up in a very Black and Puerto Rican neighborhood. I am Black and Puerto Rican. So I've had experience as an African American, also as a Latina, experiencing a lot of things growing up and exposure to unfortunate situations where it's like, where do I see myself? I've always been passionate about education. I can thank my mom for that. I've always been passionate about literature. But what came with that was the lack of diversity within literature and my exposure to it, especially going to school. So when I decided to go to college, My mom played a big role in that. I lost my mom when I was 16, but going to college was something she wanted me to do, but also something for both of us, because she never got a chance to do it because she raised us. One thing I was able to do was get in contact with a lot of Black women on campus who fed into my education, who educated me on the things that I lacked in my primary school and secondary education. Like it was very limited information about the role of women, the role of diverse women, especially Black women, and how they were impacted by societal decisions. Um, EDI, like well, DIE, how it's been rephrased on several times, but one of those things that came to mind was um, the lack of conversations we have regarding diversity, regarding women in diversity. I think that's really essential, especially going into the next generation, that they learn more about the role of women, the power of women, right? The influence that women have, especially the role of diversity. We live in a country that's built on diversity, and we still have problems with it. So when we look at it in academia, the lack of that representation, or how minimum it is, it's quite concerning. For myself, I still want to do more research on it and expand on it. That's kind of what my thesis is right now, to focus on diversity within literature, especially resistant pieces, and how that influence societal changes. So I think that's an essential piece to academia that we need to continue to focus on more.
Speaking more to underrepresentation, I've heard, each of you share a little bit about what those challenges look like being underrepresented in academia. I'm curious about any other specific challenges that come to mind. This is kind of a multi-part question, but what those challenges look like, and then what you think academia can do to change that. And then the second part that of that question that I have is, do we think that change can come from within academia, or what might it look like to try to challenge those things from the outside? Does anybody feel like tackling that multi-part question first?
I can try.
Go for it.
So I went to U of I for my undergraduate, and I was fortunate enough to come in contact with one of the professors who were focusing on microaggressions, especially within African American communities, Black women, right? One of the things that she focused on was like some of the impacts of like the lack of education, lack of resources, and what have you, and how that influenced like the next generation. I didn't know about these things. I knew about it from experience, but I didn't know about them as much because it lacked. U of I is a predominantly white institution with a very small, diverse, like cultural groups. As far as like studies, we have the African American studies, the Latino, Native American, Asian studies, but it's predominantly white. White male, something that Danny kind of touched on earlier, her experience working in academia. I definitely felt that in my classes, especially when we were talking about diversity and certain things of diversity. For instance, I had an experience in one of my law classes with a professor who were talking about welfare, and I was never picked on until we start talking about food stamps, because being the only Black female in the class, apparently I was an expert at it. So it's those things that really helped me see that there was an issue with the way that we were teaching, the information that we are giving to the next generation, and the lack of representation in education. I had conversations with him and the dean as well, to kind of change how we talk about things in class, so that no one is being felt being excluded from conversations because of the way they look or where they come. And so it was important for me to speak up, especially being like a freshman, coming from Humboldt Park in Chicago, and having to defend myself in a group of people who came from all over, saying, hey, this is the most inappropriate conversation I've ever come across, especially from someone who is leading us, who is teaching us. So it's essential in academia to start revising how we teach, what material we're bringing to the table, and open up conversations and not being scared of them, right? That's one of the biggest things. Being respectful in them, of course, but also hearing and researching further into how societies function, how education is perceived and distributed to other students. Because if we don't have those conversations, unfortunately, it's going to keep with that narrative of obliviousness that we've said that it's okay to keep doing it, creating a division within schools.
Thank you, Amber. I entirely agree that having conversations that may feel scary, but approaching them with respect is something that's very important. It has been really important in my very short time as a teaching assistant, and having, getting the chance and opportunity to talk about certain difficult topics in the classroom. But can I pass it off to Shannon?
Hi, I guess your question was representation. I'm a history major, and of course, as an African American woman, that there's not too many of us in the history profession. It's mostly dominated, of course, by white males. And I know when talking to other academics at different conferences, the first thing they assume is that they ask me questions about the African American experience throughout history. So they feel that I focus specifically on that topic. It's nothing, that's what they think of me, a Black woman, and all I'm in history for is African American studies, which I have no problem with that. Also, while I didn't grow up in a predominantly Black area, I grew up in a predominantly white area. So my experience is a little different from the other panelists. But so growing up, I had to learn that, sorry about the background noise, that we had to work twice as hard. Like Dr. Kalia said, we have to work twice as hard to stand out amongst our peers. So there wasn't resources for us. Like they didn't let us know about all the scholarships, all the different schools. They assumed that, hey, you're probably not going to go to college, and the guidance counselors for children of color, they don't really try. Mm-hmm. One of the other challenges in academia, how can they help with those challenges? They can go reach out to the predominantly Black communities and let them know the programs out there, especially schools that are predominantly white. Help them, give them resources, and have us be representative in giving those resources to our communities, because a lot of the kids don't know all the resources out there, the scholarships, etc. And I feel that we are taught, oh, just get a trade or a skill. But I was lucky I was raised by a teacher that encouraged me to get an education. Now, while I changed my path, because I started out in nursing, ended up in history, he encouraged me. He introduced education to me. And I'm a big reader, so I feel that more people of color should come out and represent that, yes, we can be academics, yes, we can succeed. So that's all I have to say on that one.
Thank you, Shannon. Alani, good, you can unmute yourself. There's been some trouble with that.
I agree with the Amber and Shannon. Representation really is important. First of all, I, as one of the lone STEM, and I'm very into STEM, so my PhD is in biochemistry. I had no representation. There was no one that looked like me. I still see no one that looks like me in my field. And I was just told, to figure it out. If you wanted this bad, you would figure it out. And essentially that's what I had to do. I didn't, I had great mentors. My advisor is a great mentor, but certain things she just could not understand. She didn't get why I probably was struggling with certain things. But one thing is being sympathetic, and understanding that maybe I needed a little bit more time. Maybe I needed a little bit more understanding than others. I didn't need things to be dumbed down to me, but I did need that sympathy. And I think that's what a lot of people, whether it be others who are also a part of our diverse environment, as well as allies, is just being sympathetic and being supportive and understanding that people come from different backgrounds. And one of the other things that is that I would say us ourselves as, let's say, the diverse, as either, a woman, either, no matter your race, gender, sexuality, that we also go out and that we are supportive and that we show that representation. Because I know there's a number of Black scientists, I just never saw them because they did not support. They did not come out and say, I want to give back. No one helped me, but I want to pay for it. I want to now start that support system. So that is something that I hope to give, and I hope to challenge others on, is that go and show that support, show that you want to help people.
Thank you, Alani. That actually leads really perfectly into the next question that I have that I didn't prepare you guys for, which is just speaking a little bit more. It's something that has come up in all of your answers, the role and the impact of having a community when it comes to facing these challenges. I know for myself, all of my friends in school have also had ADHD, and having people who understood what the experience was like has something that has been invaluable to my success. So I'd love to hear a little bit more, like, how can a community impact positively? How does it, help support you? Where can we find it? Go ahead, Shannon. Oh, Kaelyn, can you help with the?
I got you.
Okay. I'm going to piggyback off of what you said, Kate, because I have the double whammy. I'm African-American woman and I do have ADHD. That being said, you and other academics with ADHD have been an inspiration to me and lets me know that I'm able to succeed. Now, as far as being African-American, just seeing like Dr. Lonnie, Dr. Kalia, all those women are inspirational to me, and we need more of that in our community because we don't see that. We see white men and women, even the young Black men need that as well. They're underrepresented of I can't speak, unrepresented as well. So we need more mentors. We need to be more visible to our community, to our young children, to inspire them to shoot for their goals in academia. And it's just not stress. It's just not stress. It's more sports, etc. And done.
Well, you're making me smile over here, so thank you, Shannon. Amber, do you want to take it away from there?
Yeah. So I'm adopted. My parents look, we got the most diverse family. Like, it's ridiculous. But I love every second of it. My parents are white, Mexican, English, German, you name it. It's a whole mixture of things. for them, they were trying to understand how they can support me as a Black female, as a minority, right? And getting me access to mentors. Fortunately enough, when I came to my undergraduate program, I was put in a program that was held by it's like a diverse group of professors and deans who took the time to mentor us, kind of tell us a little bit more history about U of I, for instance, and the impact that it has on the African American community that surrounds it. Um, when I came to school, I was still struggling academically. I had a lot of stuff going on. Having ADHD did not help at all until I started meeting with someone to kind of, get that under wraps. And their mentorship helped shift my mindset because I'm like, I'm going to fail. Like my professors are telling me I'm going to fail. We're not going to get past this. If I don't do XYZ. And I have mentors who are like family, who were like, I will kick your butt if you don't go to class. If you don't take notes, if you don't take the extra effort to do meet up with the professor to discuss ways in which you can improve. Sorry, my dog. But yeah, Mr. Darcy, he is making it known that he is here.
Oh, Darcy.
He's spazzing so hard.
Well, even our
so-
pets are part of our community, right?
Literally that. No, but because of them, I was able to excel academically. I didn't think I was going to make it through university at all. Like I expected to fail. But they were diligent in being present, inviting me to different events on campus, inviting in professionals from different fields. So from STEM, from humanities, who were talking about their experiences within university. We've had people in the community who grew up here come in and speak about their experiences and integrating into U of I because U of I had a past. And so it was eye-opening, and I think it's essential to build that type of community because it helps you not only create a family away from home, but it also you're with like-minded people who are trying to figure out how to thrive in academia, especially when you have different impacts that may hinder you from success. So from there, like I've gained family, I've gained more friends, I've gained a better perspective of how I can pursue my education, especially if I have certain things that hinder me from thriving. And I keep that in mind as right now as I pursue my master's, that you're here because you have a strong community, and it's not just them, it's also accepted, because I seriously would not have made it this far without it. That community and being with like-minded people who are just striving from success, like for success, and also meeting people where they are and being inclusive, like those are so essential, and that's what you need to look for when you look for support.
Thank you, Amber. Sorry, I was just writing down something that you said. Meeting people where they are is something that I believe in so much, which is why I think what people like Kaelyn do on YouTube is so fantastic. Because I mean, if we're thinking about physically where people are, where they're coming into contact with information, well, social media is a big one. But I'm gonna stop and pass it off to Alani.
No. The meeting people where they are is probably one of the most important things, especially, this panel is about DEI, and that is probably one of the most important things you can do when you are saying you're advocating for DEI things. Yeah, I think it's really important that you have to advocate for yourself. That's one of the most important things is you have to advocate for yourself. You have to have a really honest conversation with yourself and say, what is it that I need? What is it that others can provide? What can I provide to others? That we can make this a successful connection, successful relationship, because it's not easy. And I think as you get even higher in the education levels, it becomes even harder to truly meet people that can be that support system towards you. So I think reaching out and not being afraid, because a lot of times people don't know the help that you need. People don't know how they can be of help towards you. So really reaching out and having those conversations will really benefit you.
Thank you, Alani. Something that I heard in your answer was the idea of knowing yourself and knowing what it is that you need, which I'd like to think a little bit more about and ask to what extent does your identity, maybe not just the things that are visible, but also the things that are invisible, play a role in your academic life? And do you think it should? Is it something that's important to acknowledge when we work in academic spaces? And I'm going to pass it back off to you, Alani, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's very important to show your identity, show your true self, show, who you are. That's authentic. And people can see that. People can read that off of you. Just being very genuine. I have 2 daughters, and I tell my 2 daughters all the time that you not only do you have to be respectful and kind, but you be respectful and kind towards yourself. Be authentic to yourself. So that's how you show people how to treat you. That's how you show that you deserve to be here. You deserve these things as well. And that it creates, it creates integrity, is one of the biggest things I tell my kids. And that allows people it opens doors for you. It really, really does. And so, just not even, I don't think I brought up a lot in my academic career about me being a Black woman, but yeah, it's something I can't hide. And but I also didn't lean on it either. It's not something that I was like, oh, I use that as a crutch. I'm just as deserving, just as capable as anyone else. So I'm here. And I think just being true to who you are will get you far in life.
Thank you, Alani. Can I pass it to Amber?
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. Just thinking about the idea of knowing who you are, to what extent does identity and your personal identity, both visible and invisible, play a role in your academic life? And do you think it should be present in your academic life?
I love what Alani said about authenticity, because I think that's so essential. We create this facade when it comes to academia, right? And I feel like it causes issues with creating connections and being inclusive. For me, I also think it's essential to be authentic. I'm neurodivergent, right? So I struggle academically sometimes, and it might take me a little longer to learn something, and embracing that and saying that's okay is great, because I feel like it opens an opportunity for other people to connect as well. That's what education should be about, connections, being able to filter in more people and bringing them into that community. Because I think if I was ignoring that and ignoring who I am as a person who's very passionate, very empathetic, individual, I think I would lose myself. And the cool thing about academia is like, it's not really a set thing. It's meant to be explored. It's meant to be expanded upon. And I think as individuals, we should embrace that too. We're meant to grow. We're meant to expand. We're meant to adapt. But we're also meant to learn and be welcoming too. That's just how we should just function as a whole in general.
That's beautiful. again, I was writing down something that you said because I think you're really speaking very beautifully to all of these questions. Academia is not a set thing, it's meant to be exploratory. Thank you, Amber. Can I pass it to Shannon?
Like the previous speakers said, yes, being authentic is the first step to knowing yourself and knowing your strengths and weaknesses. It should be more, like you said, more than your race, to show who you truly are. What are your morals? What are your values? What can you bring into academia? You are responsible for how you are perceived to people. So when networking with others, you present yourself in a way that's likable and that you have knowledge of the subject matter. Because, you know, a lot of us here in academia, it's stressed throughout academia, even on YouTube, is imposter syndrome. We have a lot of self-doubt, but it's good to have that because it's humbling. You have to show people that you're more than your race, that you have the integrity, that you have the knowledge, you have the skills, you have it within inside you, and you can't. And sometimes, you know, especially with us with neurodivergence and ADHD, we grew up a lot of self-doubt because people told us we couldn't do this, that, and the other. But as far as our identity, we are all able to present ourselves in whatever discipline we are in academia. And it shouldn't be about our race. It shouldn't be that way. So again, you are responsible for how you perceive yourself, and it starts with knowledge of self.
Thank you. I think I have just one last question for everybody. And in this conversation of identity and all of the questions that came before, you've all touched a little bit on some of the things that are so good and positive and right about having you know, a mindset of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and what that brings not just to academia, but you know, the world at large. And it's something I think about in all of the fields that I've been in before. So what are the benefits of approaching the way that we, like, you know, develop our classroom, our curriculum, and the people we want to, you know, bring to the table, build a bigger table for? Yeah, what are those benefits? What do they look like? How does academia become better through approaching things this way? Amber, would you like to? Oh, Shannon, take it away.
Well, to piggyback on that, you know, a lot of us have different learning styles. So we're going to talk about inclusion. So we should, you know, present different ways of learning. So in my university, I'm online, and I know that I'm better teaching myself than sitting in a classroom with my eyes glazing over. So I think we should provide different resources to meet people where they are, as far as how academia can bring it to people. So I feel that diversity and inclusion introduced us to many cultures and different types of people, different, even in the LGBT community, you know, introduce us to that everybody's different. Nobody's monolith, and it should represent what society is, because most societies are melting pots. We are not a monolithic society, and I think that we should learn things from everybody's perspective. And, you know, maybe that will help some of the division that we have in this world.
I entirely agree. Thank you, Shannon. Amber, I was going to pass it to you. How about?
One of my best friends, she is from South Korea. And this the way we approach academia is very different. But I've learned a lot from her. This girl would study like religiously, like to a point that we're basically living at the library or in a lab somewhere, and I'm up for like, I miss my bed. I pay rent somewhere. I would like to go back to that place. And it's like, I can't study like you. Um, but however, we related on so many levels that are just so different. And I love that about us. She came from a different community, a different mindset, a different upbringing, right? For us to be from different backgrounds, it was still very exciting. Yeah, we would study together. We would talk about different things. She wanted to know how I grew up, the environment I grew up, in the education system here. She had a lot of questions, and I had a lot of questions about hers as well. Because where she lives, I mean, they're known to study like, woo, like crazy, for hours and so intensely. But for her to come from a predominantly Korean spoken country to American English speaking and having to switch her mindset to that, that was huge for her. And so she felt that academically she wasn't up to par being a student here. We've had many conversations about um, reminding her like, dude, you're from a whole different country where your first language is not English and you don't know our mannerisms. Like this is all new to you, but you have the capacity to do this. You have the capacity to study well because you already demonstrated those skills. That's how you got here in the first place. Um, and so for her, it took like time to adjust and change. And I think that's something that we have to consider when it comes to, you know, um, DEI, just thinking about change and adaptability um, in all situations. Like it's not just about race. It really isn't. Um, it's about being inclusive to everyone, being able to have conversations about anything respectfully, learning from those conversations, taking that information and researching it. It's like it can be so beautiful without it being tarnished by politics and fear that was never there in the first place. Uh, and so I think when we think about that, we have to keep in mind to be open-minded. Like it's not just about you, it's about others around you as well. Um, so we have to embrace that because for me, I try to do this, I try to lead by example. I try to embrace that ideology because I work in such a diverse community anyways. Everyone comes from various different backgrounds. Even in academia, I have people who are working full-time jobs and going to school full-time as well, and just trying to adapt to the environment that they're in. So it's like it's learning about each other. It's learning how to collectively come together in this academic setting and still build something beautiful and still grow from something beautiful.
Amazing. Thank you, Amber. And Alani, do you want to round us off for this panel?
Oh yeah, I just to add a little bit to everything Shannon and Amber have said is of course academia will benefit from diversity and inclusion. Um, of course, it shows that we are truly no different from each other. We truly do go through the same things. Unfortunately, we get bogged down with the details of those things, but we go through the same thing. We experience the same things, and we also have the same or similar wants and dreams that we shouldn't make others feel less than because they want something different, or that they cannot do what we want them to do or what we think they should do. And it it just fosters just more creativity, more happiness. That's what we, that's essentially that big thing that we're all trying to achieve in life. So that's what I think diversity and inclusion will add.
Absolutely. That I think you hit exactly on the nose what I was thinking about when you said it encourages creativity. Like we don't have the ability to expand our research beyond our own worldviews. And so, I think academia really benefits when we can recognize that we're all humans and similar, but that we experience things very differently, and be able to include those perspectives in the way that we approach research. Amazing. Thank you guys so much for sharing this space with me, allowing me to be your moderator for today, and for speaking frankly. I've really enjoyed the conversations that we've had. I've written so many notes, and I thank you again, and I'm going to pass it off to Kaelyn.
Good. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Katie, for moderating. Really, really appreciate it. We'll have one final break, and we will come back at the half-hour mark for our final little bits of this panel and this day, which has just been phenomenal. But we'll talk more about that in a bit. So thank you, everyone, and we will be back at the half-hour.
Dalton, the announcements are coming at the half hour.
The half hour.
You gotta stick around a little longer, buddy. I saw total 33 from Lilavo.
I've just been sitting here like, it smells so good in here. And I was like, I think it's a specific person. I don't think it's just the continuing education vibes.
I'm sweating like crazy.
No, I think as long as it's after 3.
Yeah. But I was just wondering. Sure.
It's really long. I know. You know what?
Or if you want me
I will
to
go
line, I'll go.
No, I will definitely go back with you, but it.
Yeah, maybe we do a 5-minute break.
5-minute break, yeah.
Okay. How about you make an announcement?
Yeah.
Everyone on the Zoom will just do a quick 5-minute break. It's been a long day and it's been an amazing day, but I think we will.
And we want these announcements.
Yeah, everyone's keen. But yeah, we'll have a quick break and then we'll resume in like 5 minutes.
It's interesting. Hanging out with the elders.
Gee, I feel like we're kind of like your academic mom. Or at the very least, like,
We're at the back,
you're
just
back.
going, well done.
Well done.
You encourage me to like just. No, there's something about the two of you. There's a vibe. Like just so many laughs.
The weirdness.
It's the, I'm tired. I don't want to lie down.
Okay, my favorite thing was when the two of you would log into Zoom and you'd be like, I do not want to do this today. And you'd be like, come on, Sandra, suck it up.
It's so, well, wait until you hear my little interview outside then. That's exactly what I said. I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on camera, but what did I enjoy the most? The kick up the arse.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean, it's sometimes what you
I
need.
didn't want to do this. Like, well.
Like, I think Accepted Society does the like soft,
Yeah.
like encouragement, but also does the like, come on, you can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it.
I think, when I said it at the interview, more than that was people like, you know, you haven't been around for a few days, or what's going on?
Where
I'm
are
like,
you?
oh my God, okay.
I need my emotional support, Sandro.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was,
Really pretty. Am I ready? Right, that's nice job there.
Lindsay online so she can hear you, and hi Lainey and Sandro.
Another OG.
This is like, yeah,
Yeah.
don't tell them the secrets.
Right, mix up all. All right,
Let's do this in those breakout rooms.
all right, Ms.
Yeah.
Murphy, let's get this show on the road.
Let's do it, girl. Let's do it.
Wait, you dark.
Right.
Okay, how are we doing this again?
You're gonna start. I'll just stand here.
Oh, yes.
Dramatic.
This is definitely one I will need a video of.
Someone wearing this, well dressed, like, tell me more about this.
You're gonna be too tall for this.
Hold on.
Yes.
It's like, I know, it's different.
Oh, cool.
You ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Everyone back in? Everyone back in the Zoom?
All right.
Let's do it.
Okay, well, we've been prefacing this entire symposium with that there was going to be a bit of an announcement. And based on my speech this morning, we have been thinking about the future of accepted society and how it is that we can really deliver on the mission of creating support systems to and through academia. And that looks like the symposium. That looks like moving to a new platform over to Circle. So it's a bit simpler to use, and also to, I'm not gonna cry, hand the reins off. Because, oh, I'm not gonna cry.
So don't start me.
A couple of months ago, I realized that the future of my career is going to look quite different. And that while academic research and academia is going to be a part of my life, no matter what, that I am likely going to be moving in a slightly different direction. And I just felt like I was going to be doing myself a disservice and doing the community a disservice if I remained at the head of it. And so I had thought about what the next generation was going to look like. And I just feel like Kate is the perfect representation of what I want accepted society to be. As a non-traditional student, she came to me in the spring of 2022, really jumping the gun on her applications, wanting to work with me to apply to Oxford. And she said, I'm a Google employee and I have this passion for early modern history and literature, and I helped her with her applications, but so much more than that. I just saw the passion that she had for this non-traditional approach to academia. And realizing as I'm going through this transition period for myself personally, that I would not feel comfortable handing it off to anybody else. And so I am still going to be involved in accepted society. I still retain creative direction, and we'll be working together. We'll be collaborating, but it is time for me to hand the reins off to somebody who I think has the vision and the organization and the ability to really see accepted society through to its potential. And so I'm going to hand it off to Kate, my business partner. And the new age of accepted society.
Whew. Yeah, I'm not going to get through this without signing. I'm forewarning everyone. I wanna start this off by thanking Kaelyn and all that she's done, not only for me, but for this community as a whole. None of us would be here without her. And I was talking to her yesterday about pivotal moments. and all the seemingly small pivotal moments that we've had in our lives, and in my life in particular, that have brought me to standing here in front of you all in person and online. And wow, 2 years ago, I met Kaelyn for the first time for 5 minutes while we were in Oxford. And anyone who knows me knows how shocking I am when I meet people that I admire. It was a bloodbath of conversation. And I was certain that I would never become friends with such an incredible woman. And lo and behold, 2 years have transpired from me attending that summer school, staying in Exeter, meeting 2 of my closest friends in the entire world who, along with Kaelyn, encouraged me to apply for a master's here, which I never thought I could get into, and the pipe dream that has happened. And my ridiculous cover letter to applying to accepted, which was written in the back of a car on a Scotland holiday, and I'm pretty sure was horrendous. And yet somehow these small pivotal moments have led me here in front of you all, and I could not be more grateful. There is so much to be said about how life changes in that time, and I think everyone here can attest to the fact that something has happened in their life that has brought you here to this community and to this group of people. And for that, I am just so happy. I'm exalted, I'm overwhelmed, I'm ecstatic. There is so much that I want to do with the space, that I want to do with the community. But ultimately, it actually comes down to the fact that you all have created this space. Kaelyn started it, but it is every single person here in the room, online, in Zoom, and watching from YouTube, and anyone who's going to see this in the future. Because at the end of the day, accepted is about belonging and finding that place where you belong and you feel valued and you feel seen. And these are not my words, these are the words of the incomparable Dr. Kaelyn, who we've heard here today. And I was talking to her about this, and that idea of belonging is what drew me to accepted. And I think it's what has drawn. Okay. What has drawn so many people to accepted. And Kaelyn mentioned us providing the tools for that belonging. And that's what we hope to do here in the new accepted. As Kaelyn mentioned, we've moved to Circle, and best analogy, it's a massive breakout room. It's just there for everyone to be a part of. And it's such a fantastic platform that I think is just going to develop this community and these connections between all of us in such a phenomenal way. There are a couple of other things. Holly, if you wouldn't mind just popping over to the next slide. We have planned. Oh, well, you've seen that. One more. There are a couple of other things that we want to do with the space, that we want to do with the community. And all of these ideas have been driven from me talking to you in the chats, in the study sessions, in the writing groups, in the sip and shares. All of this has come from that. And not only will Accepted be the community-driven platform that it is, but we will provide offerings for PhD students, our new PH Done program, which will be launching towards the end of the year, which will allow for PhD students to have a very focused writing and accountability sprint to help them get through those really lonely and difficult times that come with a PhD. But everyone has that. We'll have unlocked writing sprints on a monthly basis. We'll have so much to offer people who are just need that little extra bit of accountability, or in Sandra's word, kick up the ass. And eventually, in the coming months, my passion for non-traditional academia will come full circle, where I will offer admissions consultings to students who are trying to make those pivotal moments that have found all of us here and will find so much more students here in the future. So massive thank you to you all for being here, being in person, being online, being on YouTube. And just a big thank you to Kaelyn, to Katie, to all of the accepted community that have made it what it is today. And I cannot wait to see what we do in the future with academia. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to spend more time with you. Did you?
All right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and close out the Zoom. Tomorrow is our research day, so be sure to check in on Circle for the Zoom link and everything in between, all of the updates. We have our incredible community members that are going to be presenting on their individual research. It's an opportunity for those that haven't had conference papers presented before or are working on something new, a chance to share it with others and to get a little bit of practice. So please rejoin us. We are going to be live streaming it on YouTube again. We'll have the Zoom link and everything available. Thank you all so much for being here. And for those of you in the community, we are going to have the recording available within about 48 hours after this event. So that way you can access it in future. And thank you all so much for being here in person, for those of you on Zoom, and for those of you in the live stream. And thank you to my now business partner, Kate, for helping put this together.
Woo!